Well, welcome back to the Groucho Orloff Show. It's once again Friday night after dark. It's Friday night here in Grotuville. It's 9:30 a.m. in the evening, and this is episode 431. I just tried to start episode 430, and we had some severe technical difficulties. So there was a rip in the temporal zone, and two Groucho Orloffs appeared on the screen with agonizing feedback. And I was picking up radio waves of Alex Jones from 1997 mixed in. Something really terrible happened, and so we had to end episode 430. So episode 431 will be the new 430. So we're apparently live. We have 0 viewers. We're at a minute and 7 seconds here on the Groucho Orloff Show, Friday night after dark. Let's see what's going on out there in the world. I was just watching a cool video about the history of Charlton comic books. I should talk to you a little bit about that. We have one viewer, probably the same viewer that was here for that last debacle. Movie World says, hello, Grout. Yes. So, the last broadcast was quite a disaster. So, let's see what we can do here. Yeah, let me share the screen here. Share screen. Share screen. Chrome tab. All right. Now let's see if this is working. I better check to make sure that everything is working and people can hear me. Let me just take a quick look at my phone here. Because I don't know what happened to StreamYard. That was weird. Might be some of these. They say all these computers are being hacked by the Chinese government. Perhaps that's what happened to Groucho. Yeah, that was going to be a great episode, number 430, I'll have you know. But we can still put all of that amazing content into 431. Let's see here. I don't see this new. Oh, there it is. Let's see. Just 431. Yeah. Let's see here. It's working. I don't see this new. Oh, there it is. Let's see. Just 431. Yeah. All right. Excellent. So the episode is actually on the air. And now we have 2 viewers. That's great. So anyway, what I was going to show you here, what I was doing earlier, was what do I need to do? I need to go to my history, don't I? Yeah, let's go to library. Oh, have you ever seen this kid? Let me play this real quick for you. This is great. This has been around for years, like 7, 8 years. I call him the apparently kid.
What did you think about the ride?
It was great. And apparently, I've never been on live television before, but apparently sometimes I don't watch the news because I'm a kid, and apparently Grandpa just gives me the remote after we watch the Powerball.
The Powerball. Tell me about the ride. What did you think about the ride?
Well, it was great.
Why?
Because apparently you're spinning around, and apparently every time you get dizzy, that's all you do is get dizzy. Yeah. And I've never, ever been on live television. I never, ever be on live television.
Are you excited?
Yeah, and apparently I already went down the super slide. When I went down the water, I was scared half to death. I just freak out.
Okay. What I need his name. Hold on. Yep. Hold on. I'm just gonna ask him. What's his name? Noah. What's your last name?
Jack Riddle.
How do you spell his last name?
Ritter, R-I-T-T-E-R.
Okay, where are you guys from?
Wilkes-Barre.
Wilkes-Barre. All right, buddy. Good stuff. Have fun.
Public security, there's a boy here looking for you.
Different town.
All right.
There's a boy here
That
looking
is
for you.
my dad's town. Tom Jersey.
Tom Zipper, you there?
His grandfather really wanted to get him to stop. He didn't realize he was becoming a star. Okay, well, let's see. Where is that I was watching earlier? Anyway, let me just search for it. Anyway, it's a video that you probably all watched. It's like the first thing that comes up. Put up 2 years ago by a guy named Strange Brain Parts, which is an odd name to give a child. But anyway, this is what I was talking about. Oh, no.
There was an assassin.
Yeah, I don't want to play a Disney commercial. That could give me a problem. Let me just mute the sound. Okay. Come on. There's a reason I'm playing this. What? Oh, come on.
Hello and welcome. Charlton Comics is an interesting anomaly in comic book history, mainly due to its longevity and the noticeable lack of an impact it had on the industry during its 40-year existence. Charlton wasn't a completely irrelevant presence, but, at the same time, it existed in a comfortable niche, seemingly content with its status as a publisher of B-grade genre comics. In many respects, Charlton Comics was somewhat unique in the comic book publishing field. Every aspect of the business was done in-house. It was the only company that produced, printed, and distributed their own material. Charlton was, quite literally, a two-story factory that mass-produced comic books and magazines. It's also believed that the company owned a lumber mill that produced the paper for their printed product, although this point may simply be a rumor. Another unique, less flattering distinction is that Charlton paid the least to the creative talent. Furthermore, their production value was, objectively, the worst in the industry. Regardless of the content inside the comic itself, a Charlton book looked cheap. The paper was a low-quality, slightly off-color newsprint, and the reproduction of the artwork inside was adequate. Unlike all the other major publishers of the era, Charlton was not based in New York. Its factory was in Derby, Connecticut, although the company did borrow office space in New York to acquire and pay for work done by freelancers. Finally, Charlton paid for work upon completion. If a freelance artist or writer turned in pages, they were cut a check right away. Staff writers and artists were paid weekly. So for those struggling to make ends meet, some hastily finished pages for Charlton meant a guaranteed income. This was not true of the other major publishers, who usually didn't pay until weeks or months had passed. Unfortunately, because of the quality of their comics, the low pay they offered the talent, and the origin of the company itself, Charlton has always had a somewhat unsavory reputation. The publishing company began in 1935, and it was founded by two men who met in prison. Coincidentally, both men had sons they had named Charles, thus the inspiration for the name of the eventual company, Charlton. The one founder, John Santangelo, wound up in jail for multiple copyright violations. He had been illegally printing and selling lyrics to popular songs, without compensating the creators of the lyrics. The other founder, Ed Levy, was a disbarred attorney who was given a jail sentence for his involvement in a billing scandal. Following their release from prison, they joined together and started a publishing venture. Originally, they licensed and printed lyrics to popular songs in the successful music industry magazine, Hit Parader. Basically, they continued the business model that had sent one of them to prison in the first place. Of course, this time they approached it in a proper legal manner. Eventually, in 1946, they expanded the business into publishing comic books. Their initial titles were funny animal and western books, but soon included crime, romance, and horror comics. In fact, one of their titles, The Thing, was cited in the infamous anti-comic novel, The Seduction of the Innocent.
Not a
As the
novel.
anti-comic crusade continued throughout the 50s, and many companies went out of business, Charlton acquired the rights to many of the characters initially used by these defunct companies. The most notable of which was the acquisition of characters from Fawcett Publications. This was the company that had great success with the character Captain Marvel. When the company closed its comic book division, it sold off all of its characters to Charlton, except for those in the Captain Marvel family, of course. The Captain Marvel characters were basically poisoned at this time anyway, due to the lawsuit DC filed claiming that Captain Marvel was a ripoff of Superman. It was during this period that a new artist began his career, Steve Ditko. Ditko worked on, well, anything he was given, but it was horror titles where he really gained notoriety. He split his time freelancing for Charlton and the precursor to Marvel Comics, Atlas Comics. At roughly the same time, another artist began his career, Dick Giordano. Like Ditko, Giordano worked on anything he was given and eventually became a staff artist, then an assistant editor at Charlton. According to Giordano, when he started at the company, Charlton offered a low but somewhat reasonable page rate to the talent. Early on, though, the page rate was lowered for no other reason than the publisher wanted to make more profit. Because the comic book industry was in such a bad state, due mostly to the anti-comics crusade, and finding work was difficult at best, Charlton was able to offer their talent very little other than a steady paycheck for their efforts. To give you an idea of how low the pay was, writers made $4 a page, while artists made $13 a page. This was less than half the rate offered by Atlas or DC. Then in 1955, the Charlton factory was flooded. The printing facility was literally submerged underwater and required nearly a year of repairs before it started operating again. In the interim, the company continued on as normally, although the printing was farmed out to other companies. Following this flood, Charlton cut its page rate in half, claiming this was necessary to keep the company going. The implication being the repairs to the machinery were costly, and the company needed the extra profit to stabilize, or they would simply go out of business. This was a bit of a shady claim, though. The owners had managed to acquire disaster relief for the flooded facility, and they weren't paying out of pocket for the repairs. Furthermore, once the repairs were complete and the factory was operating at full capacity again, the page rate remained unchanged. In fact, until the company eventually closed, the page rate barely went up at all. According to Joe Gill, the prolific staff writer who wrote almost everything Charlton printed, and who remained with the company throughout its comic book history, after the flood he was given $2 a page for his writing. By the time the company folded operations in the late 70s, he was making just under $7 per page. This was about a third of the industry standard. The natural question one might ask is, why would anyone work for such a low rate? Well, as previously mentioned, work was scarce, and a little paycheck was better than none at all. Secondly, as Joe Gill once pointed out, as long as the story was mostly coherent and didn't violate the comics code, no one really cared about the quality of the story or the artwork. So one could crank out a pile of work, get some money, and never be bothered by editors who wanted changes to the material. In many respects, it didn't matter what was on a page. All that mattered was a page was produced. This was the prevailing attitude from the publishers and the few editors Charlton employed: utter ambivalence. It is fair to say that the publishers literally did not care about the comics they put out. All they cared about was whether a title made a profit or not. It became fairly well known by staff and freelancers that the comic book line was only there to keep the printing presses running between issues of the magazines the company printed. Apparently it was costly to stop and start printing presses, so comic books were added to the printing lineup so the presses could be continually operated 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. To the publishers, that was the extent of their interest in the comic books they printed. They kept the presses running, and that lowered the cost of operation overall. This seems a bit counterintuitive, but it does explain why Charlton paid as little as they did, and why the quality of the comics were quite low. The owners simply didn't care about the comic books they printed. Like, not even a little. This ambivalence trickled down into the editorial staff, most of whom were business managers more than anything. However, some editors did care, and there were attempts to actually produce interesting material. In 1965, Dick Giordano, who had become an editor at this point, attempted a superhero lineup with the Charlton Action Heroes. This was a slightly ambitious project to expand into the flourishing superhero market, which was an area of publishing that Charlton seemed to avoid.
Okay. It's really important, well, several things. I'll go from least important to most important. First of all, you need to be getting your Peacemaker comics now. You know, first appearance in what was it, the Fightin' Five, and his run in Charlton Comics, and then the DC miniseries in the 80s. I don't talk about speculation much, but I'm telling you, you have a couple of weeks until this James Gunn movie comes out, where you can maybe still get them affordably. And then the other thing that's more important is I think we need to be stocking up on food, because I think I've got a sixth sense that something bad's about to happen, and that's kind of what I'm hearing. But we'll have to see. But I would at least make sure you're stocked up on water, and I need to do that myself. But anyway, this is there's a reason I'm playing this. But anyway, I may not play the whole thing. You guys tell me whether I should stop or not. But I want to tell you something when this is over, whether we watch the whole thing or not.
This attempt to create a superhero line was short-lived, though. The action hero comics didn't sell well, and they were all subsequently canceled. Despite superheroes being the dominant genre at the time, this line probably failed for a few reasons. The most obvious reason is that DC and Marvel dominated the superhero market. Any competition in that genre was going to have a difficult time establishing themselves. This is basically true to this day, and was definitely true in the 60s. It's also possible that audience expectation led to initially low sales. After all,
well, I did the thumbs up. We should have guns, but I don't know about taking food. I did the thumbs up before I read that last part, so I endorsed the gun part, not the stealing part. Lead paint. Anyway, I got to say that officially. You know, has there ever been this happened 2 days ago. Has there ever been a president in our history that's denied twice in one day drinking the blood of children? He did it during a town hall on CNN and while about to get on a plane. So, you know, if he denies it 3 times, then I don't know, that becomes something biblical, possibly.
until that point, Charlton almost exclusively published horror, romance, western, and military comics. That was their niche. They published genres that were not well represented by other companies. So producing superhero material that could be easily found elsewhere was of little interest to those that frequently bought Charlton publications. And, of course, there was little or no support from the publishers concerning this superhero expansion. Possibly all of these elements contributed to the eventual cancellation of the Charlton Action Heroes line.
Okay, this is big. Raid Shadow Legends made me a champion, and everyone can get it. Me? Him? Anyway.
Oh my God. So if we have to go to war with China, that's the type person that's going to be drafted. Take your vitamins, graphic man. These commercials are insane. It's funny. They don't have any idea. They just are put randomly into videos. I was watching Captain Strangelife's latest video, and before it, they put a commercial for controlling vaginal odor. But it was aimed at it wasn't aimed at an upscale crowd, shall we say. But there was a woman saying, I need to control the smell of my vagina for all my men. It wasn't sensitive with, harp music playing or something. It was just a very inner city kind of gutter commercial. And I'm thinking they think that women that live in the inner city that have problems with the smell of their vagina are tuned in to Captain Strangelife's broadcast. But yeah, they just put these commercials on randomly. So It's funny sometimes the placement, but I don't know what that blue-haired idiot was advertising. Anyway, you can watch this video anytime you want. You just type in history of Charlton Comics. There's no point in playing the whole thing. It's a well-done video, even though he calls Seduction of the Innocent a novel. Maybe he's trying to be funny in that it's all fiction, but a novel is a story. It has a narrative. But anyway, the reason I have this video pulled up is because the comments section, has something that I think is worth reading. And, if this video ever got taken down, the comments would disappear. And there is a comment somewhere in here that I think is important historically for the history of comics. And I wanted to read it to you. And now, of course, I probably won't find it. I was in the line at the ATM, and I saw this comment, and it was someone that worked at a publishing at a printing plant, obviously back in the 60s and 70s. And let me see if I can't find the guy's name. It was a long comment. There. Oh, damn, this my hand is really hurting me. Using the screen. I'm Matches Malone, huh? Oh, damn, it's here. I know it's here. This guy says it's pronounced Giordano, not Giordana. Redo the video with the correct pronunciation. Haha. Giordano, really? I always said Giordano. I think, but he says Giordana. At least I pronounced it somewhat better. Okay. No, it's not that one. Oh. Okay. It's not Matthew Ronson. Gene Miller. Come on. Come on. Oh, look, Abdul Al-Hazred put a comment there. You're always putting out some of the best content on YouTube. Oh, this one looks good. This guy named Robert Bartolotta says, I was born and raised down the farm from the old Charlton Press, and I remember one of my friends breaking into one of the abandoned trailers that were behind the building. He said it was filled with rotting books from the company. Their comics weren't great, but they contributed to a rich comic book culture in the Naugatuck Valley. Jeremy Klein says, I grew up about 5 miles from the plant. And it's a shame it was torn down. And what they built after that already has been torn down again. I met a guy who worked on the project, and he said they found reams of newsprint buried in the ground. The video is good timing as Dynamite, this is written 2 years ago, will be taking another crack at Thunderbolt in January rather. This guy says, seriously, why is there not one single mention of hot rods and racing cars, Grand Prix, World of Wheels, etc.? Charlton was the most prolific publisher of hot rod comics in history. Why are these titles always omitted in any historical pieces on Charlton? He is right. As a resident of Connecticut and a major collector of Charlton stuff, I'd like to know if anyone has an answer to this. No, I think that's one of the things that will... this is it, Marvin Smith. Okay. This is really important. Marvin Smith, 11 months ago, wrote, regarding the printing of Charlton books, I can offer some insight. Charlton printed through Western Publishing. After 1973, production of most comics in the Southeast was done through Western's Fayetteville, North Carolina press, which I worked at. We printed Marvel, Charlton, Dell, Gold Key, and the Whitman General Audience books for DC. General Audience titles were reprints of existing comics sold bagged together, 3 or 4, up to 10, to a bag and priced as one single comic, sold through 7-Eleven and Kmart. Later on, it was mostly Walmart and dollar stores that ordered them. Fayetteville was Western's southeastern hub. They had 6 strategically located presses around the country doing roughly the same things. Cable News in New York was our sister hub. Between those 2 presses, we served the entire eastern seaboard. If you bought a Marvel Spotlight number 5 from Maine to Maryland, it was printed by Cable. If you bought it from Virginia down to Florida, it came from North Carolina. Charlton, Gold Key, and Whitman titles were produced on the Hannibal line, which was older equipment dating to the early 50s. It was a press that Western inherited through one of their many acquisitions over the years. The company had switched to more expensive computerized presses a few years earlier, but kept the old presses for budget-minded publishers like Charlton. On the Hannibal press, you couldn't use anything but pulp newsprint. Even by 1973, most newsprint was of the improved bright bleach or coated variety. In the mid-1970s, the only people using piss print, so-called due to the yellow color, were Charlton, Beeline, those cheesy porn paperbacks, and some extremely low print run special interest magazines. Think of vintage gay personals rags sold in back of adult bookstores. Charlton Comics had terrible color separation because that type of press was meant for 2-color direct mailing circulars and newspapers. They were modified in the 60s to keep up with 4 colors, but the added yellow and cyan conduits always printed off by a few degrees. So on comic books, it always looked like the colorist drew outside the lines. Western didn't produce piss print at the Fayetteville Press, so that means publishers utilizing that print stock had to supply it. Once a week, we would get a shipment of Millbrook paper from Lumberton. Millbrook was the lowest grade of commercially available print stock, made from recycled trimmings and scrap that had undergone an acid bath and reformulation. This made the already yellow paper slightly brown. It smelled terrible and looked worse. The ink never truly dries on Millbrook paper, so it will perpetually rub off on your hands. This was the print stock that Charlton used. Absolutely the lowest quality paper, inks and printing job one could muster. The covers, incidentally, were printed on true 4-color presses on PCW paper, which is another form of reclaimed paper that is a slightly higher grade and capable of being bleached relatively bright white. Marvel used the same type of cover stock until the early 80s. At that time, we had a state-of-the-art bindery. So unlike Western print books from the early 60s, think those early Marvel and Atlas books, edges were trimmed nice and tight. Charlton Comics may have looked terrible, but at least they had clean edges and tight staples. By 1980, Western had decided to retire its old presses and go all computerized. Coincidentally, publishers like Charlton were left without a cheap way to print their books, so a lot of them went out of business. So I don't think there's any truth to the rumor that Charlton owned the paper mill that was used to print their comics, at least not the ones printed in North Carolina. That paper came from a reputable lumber manufacturer who had rudimentary bulk paper production capabilities, mainly for cardboard production. Their print stock was manufactured almost as an afterthought. It was leftover or scrap cardboard that was reformulated to be newsprint and craft paper. But it is true that Charlton supplied its own paper, so they may have had some type of back-end deals with small paper or lumber manufacturers around the country. Let me know if you have any questions about any of the things I wrote in this comment. My only direct dealings with anyone from Charlton were minimal, but we always heard of late payments and the checks in the mail type subterfuge. On more than one occasion, we were ordered to stop the press and shut down until Charlton paid their bill for the previous half. Western sent 2 bills per year, one in November and one in May. So let's say your November 1974 bill to Charlton would cover their print jobs from December 1st, 1973 to May 31st, 1974. They had 90 days to pay it. Western went from biannual billing for Charlton to quarterly billing. Not unheard of in the industry. Marvel had been put on such a schedule more than once, but then Charlton went from quarterly billing to monthly billing, which was unheard of for a publisher of their size. Then for a 2-year period, they went on an advanced pay schedule to where we didn't print anything we hadn't been paid up front for. I'm honestly surprised Western even bothered with them, but eventually the Fayetteville plant went exclusively to production of games and puzzles. They laid me off in 1982, and I want to say it was about a year later they closed for good. I had thousands of uncirculated comics and magazines from my tenure, and even more returns, coverless or half-covered newsstand returns. I auctioned them all off several years ago. Most were Gold Key and Charlton, which were at the time next to worthless, so my auction didn't buy me a Bentley or anything, but it did free up my garage. So I'm going to like that comment. So that's really cool. Oh, there's Unruly Simeon, another great video. Remember the Bag 3 packs? You could buy at various highway chains. They were heavy on the Charltons. I remember reading a buttload of their horror comics. Good stuff. Yeah, I don't really remember Charlton comics in those packs. I remember those packs filled with Gold Key that said Whitman on them. Let's see what people have been saying here in the side stuff here. A lot of talking has been happening. A lot of stuff. Let's see. All that reading, I've been missing out on the comments. Okay, so when we last saw the comments, Lead Paint said, take your vitamins, Graphic Man. Graphic Man says, my vitamins are pizza, hamburger, strawberry shortcake, and Dr. Pepper. So I go have the 4 basic groups covered. Yep. They're starting to show commercials on my videos, and I hate it. I don't want people thinking that I'm benefiting from it because I'm not. Yeah, you have to have over 1,000. I've only seen a couple of times, like my very first video, have a commercial. Start doing your videos with a gal in a thong bikini. Your viewership will skyrocket. Some people are crazy. They'll have 20 letters in their name, and only you want to pronounce 4 of them. Yeah. Tom Smith says, you can disable ads on your videos in the options, Graphic Man. I think Graphic Man's talking about ads before his videos that other people see, not ads that pop up when you're about to watch someone else's video. I find myself watching fishing videos with cute girls in bikinis all the time. Don't know how I get down these rabbit holes. My ASMR friend does that when they put them in the middle of her videos, since they are for relaxing and the ads can wake people up. Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, that's because she's monetized. But when you're not monetized, I don't think you can control whether or not you want commercials or not. Let's see. Graphic Man says, hi, Tom Smith. The problem isn't me viewing the ads. I don't want other people, innocent bystanders, to have to endure them thinking that I put them there. Yeah. Because once you're monetized, you can control it like your friend does, Tom. Let's see. That's what I mean. You can take the ads off your videos in the options. So the viewers don't have them either. I didn't think you had any control if you weren't monetized. I thought we were victims of YouTube. Really, I will have to check that because I would love to thwart YouTube. Yeah. My friend has to do it on every video, but maybe there's a way to disable them totally. Don't know. Hi, Gratu. What's going on? Hey, Paulo. Let's see what's up here. But I know you can remove them from your videos. YouTube gives me the option somewhere. Movie World says, hello, Paulo. Hi, Tom. GM, says Paulo. Then Paulo says, hi, Movie World Comics. Then Lead Paint says, hey, Paulo. And Tom Smith says, hi, Paulo. Then Tom Smith says, I really loved how you called Gratu Grout, Movie World. Tom Smith says, hi, Mr. Paint. Graphic Man says, Tom Smith, is there a simple instructional video showing where to disable the ads? And Lead Paint goes, Tom, my man. And Paulo says, Gratu the Grout. Then Tom Smith says, that's a good question, Graphic Man. There probably is if you do a search. Then Movie World says, Tom Smith, I also called him Grout in the chat of Graphic Man's most recent stream. LOL. Then Lead Paint says, they should interview this guy for Back Issue Magazine or Alter Ego. Yeah, he is an important source. Tom Smith, Paulo, I have a Brazilian friend who always laughs and type like this. Hua, 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 hua. Shit. The cat knocked my light down, motherfucker. Okay. Goddamn. Okay. Instead of ha, 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 ha. Then Dr. Silvage, hello, happy Friday, folks. That's hilarious, movie world. Then Lead Paint says, is there a doctor in the house? Then Tom Smith says, by the way, I really liked your Addams Family review. You misspelled Adams. Should be 2 D's. And then, Graphic Man, that's the laugh of the criminally insane. Tread carefully around them. Movie World says, hello, Dr. Silverage. Tom Smith says, I've seen other Brazilians that type their laughter that way too, so I'm wondering if it's common with people from that area of the world. Dr. Silverage says, hey there, LP, MWC, Tom, and G-Man. Ooh, G-Man, that's good. That's a good nickname. And then it says, hello, doctor. Dr. Silverage says, no, Graphic Man says, Dr. Silverage and I continued our chat after Wednesday's broadcast. We solved a lot of the world's problems. Too bad nobody got to see it. Tom Smith, those things happen when no one is watching, G-Man. Oh, I lost my place. Where the hell was I? Whoa. Oh, there I am. That was a good show, Graphic Man and Dr. Silverage. Hi, Apollo. Hi, Rod. Tom Smith. I didn't like my Addams Family review. At the time I did, but since then my opinions of that film have changed. There is a Rod here. I never saw Charlton 3-packs either. Yeah, there were things that guy said, and I've also never remember seeing those packs in Walmarts. But then I don't even remember Walmart prior to when did Walmart first appear? It seems like there was Kmart and then Walmart's appeared. And I've always hated Walmart. I don't know. And my Teams meeting is starting. Oh yeah, some people are at work. That's so true, G-Man. And with my memory, I can't remember what the solutions were. Laugh out loud. Tom Smith, Dr. Silverage's name is Rod. Tom, how are you? Did someone say my thumbnail should show me in a bikini? Well, okay, boy, that's going to be rough. I love Kratu's dramatic readings of my chat comments. LOL. I absolutely love this reading of the comments too. This is the best part of the stream so far. L. Jolson rules. It's like a reading of an Enid Blyton novel, Tom. I don't know who Enid Blyton. I'm sorry, I'm a Philistine. I don't know who Enid Blyton is. Paulo, LOL. I don't think Walmarts were common until the mid-'80s or so at earliest. Yeah, that's when the world changed. Honestly, the 1980s is when everything went to shit. I know, Tom, you say that's the greatest time because you were born in 78, so you were growing up in the 80s, but I just saw everything start to degenerate in the 80s. Comic books, everything. I guess popular music had a little bit of a renaissance when MTV first started, but by the end of the 80s, everything was going to shit. And then, but I did like in the 90s when Nirvana came along. Let's see what is going on here. Enid is in Ghost World. Okay, yeah, but Enid Blyton, I don't know who that are. Always had Walmart and Kmart in this territory. We would crack up when a Californian would be impressed with Walmart around 1992. It must not be well known until recently. Paulo says Enid Blyton was the creator of the Famous Five series of children's novels. She was very famous in Britain. There are 2 Famous Five TV shows. I don't know that. With the advent of Walmart came the decline in the smaller independent department stores, and I really miss them. Everything went to shit with Walmart, and then Amazon is and Walmart now are destroying everything. Yes, I think that's all the comments. That's a lot of commenting for only 8 people. Okay, so Tempest Storm. This is an autographed picture of Tempest Storm. See, that's Irving Klaw there, and that's his sister Paula Klaw flanking her. Famous burlesque star of the 50s, right? Well, she was one of the big, I mean, she's probably the most, until she passed away recently, one of the biggest stars of burlesque that's living, right? Or really in the history of burlesque. You know, who else? Gypsy Rose Lee, maybe Lily St. Cyr. You'd think of Tempest Storm. She was completely driven out of the Burlesque Hall of Fame in Las Vegas. She was turned into a pariah because she stated that she liked Donald Trump, that she was for Donald Trump, and all these stupid social justice warrior scum turned on her and ostracized her. So she wasn't invited to the Burlesque Hall of Fame every year in Las Vegas. And so she died, you know, sticking to being for Trump. Let's see, there's some new comments here. Music was terrible after the 80s ended for the most part, and attitudes started to take over in the media. I remember Irving Klaw in Cracked Monster Party. They put Irving Klaw in there. We are a chatty bunch. I like to talk. You like to talk. That's what happened to Scott Baio, Gratu. Yeah, there have been several people that have been that's happened to. And if she was still alive, they would have done it to Jane Russell because she was completely hardcore Republican. Not that most of the Republican Party, they're all. It's just, you know. You should watch. What does it say? You should watch his YouTube channel. It's great. Scott Baio. Okay, I've seen him interviewed on places. If he's still on, oh, it was so great. Let me see if I can show this to you. The guy that usually comes on before Alex Jones is out today. So they were playing an old 1997 broadcast of Alex Jones right before I started, and he looks completely different. I hope it's still on. I'm going to try to show it to you. It was playing in the background when my last episode exploded in a nightmarish terror. I think it's not on. How am I going to show you? Let's see. Now there's 9 people watching. Yeah, these are not good times, man. It's really hard to. What the fuck am I doing? Oh, let's see what is he talking about? Be careful here.
We have to live here, yeah. So that's why she retracted her story. The other little girl said she was terrified, she was worried. Now the scary part of this is that why this was blowing up onto the world's news. The reality of all of the
it was from 1990. It was from January of 1977.
They prove a totally different story, and they prove that the school knew the truth.
I wonder.
They prove the police knew the truth.
January 1977, Alex Jones, and it was Austin Public Television. And because Austin. I wonder if. Shoot, how am I going to get that? It was so cool, but now they got something else playing. I don't think they allow any Alex Jones on YouTube. He was banned. He was part of the first wave of turning the country fascist, kicking him off. some reason when I started StreamYard, there were my camera was doubled. Yeah, I wish I could find it. Here's at least a clip of him from 1997.
Just came on cable access and hung out, or what your actual employment was?
I come on public access and hang out. I'm on 24 hours a day, they say.
Yeah, pretty close.
Well, I can assure you, I don't make any money off public access. I can guarantee you that.
Well, you guys have a good one.
Hey, appreciate that call. Hello, caller. You're on the air.
Yes, Alex, how you doing?
Pretty good.
I was just kind of curious if it's true that the police can have laser or infrared beams, if you want to call it, and they can project those into your house to basically.
Yeah, the Austin Police Department's last time I heard has 20 units with infrared, and if you have enough of a heat source in your house, it'll pick up the heat source and show a signature. It's called FLAIR. It's infrared or heat signature, and we didn't play all of the cut from the Lear News Hour, but it says yes, black helicopters are being used for surveillance of the public by sheriff's departments and police departments around the country. So that's real, and I'm going to play that tomorrow night from 8:30 on past 10 on my Access Television show. That's actually my show proper. This isn't a entertainment show. And I'm going to have a tax expert on. So you'll see the Lear News Hour, a short little cut for news reasons. That'll show you Lear News Hour saying, yeah, here's the black helicopters. The military has sold them to the police departments all over the country. They've got thousands of them. They've got thousands of tanks and armored personnel carriers now. And they don't say, by the way, all these people that have been kooks for 10 years telling you about it, now they're admitting they have black helicopters. It's a fact.
Anyway, they were broadcasting. I swear it was amazing. And I didn't even recognize Alex Jones's voice. I was in the shower and it's like, what they're playing. This guy just said it was January 1997. Is he playing a prank? And because it sounded like today's news. Yeah. Well, they say there are a whole bunch of United Nations vehicles up in Canada that are about to come in and invade. That sounds like fun. Let's see. I guess you guys are here to see comics, but I've got to move around to start cleaning up this room. So I'm thinking of maybe going mobile here. So first of all, if anyone wants to come on live and talk to me while I clean and reorganize this room, I'm putting a link in the chat. And another thing we need to do more, in addition to reading comics, is read the Bible. I think it's all coming true. Yeah. I'd love to come on, but I have to eat first, perhaps after. Yeah, I wish I could eat. We're down to like $12 until Sunday night. Just literally, because the one bank was just overdrawn, so I had to go pull some money out to put into the other bank. So one bank has $2 and one has $12. So we're doing great. Yeah, it's just the price of everything's going up, and then I barely had any gas in the car. So I had to put $7 in, which barely got me above the empty. And the person that had been at the pump before me had put in $6. So people aren't doing too well. These are not good financial times. But what's his face? Biden said, "Oh, we're just temporary. It's just going to be for a little bit." Yeah, things are scary. It's going to get scary for everybody when all the food starts disappearing from the stores, and they say that could be any day. I join you, but the camera and microphone here at my work is on a 6-second delay. Very irritating. Yeah, it's going to be real bad when I get on the phone here because I'm going to follow my own link because I've got my phone, not my wife's phone. So, but I need to move around. So, and I've got to show you. Have you ever seen the DC Comics Dictionary? It's one of the funniest things in the history of mankind. What did I just fucking do? That's not what I wanted to do. See you all later, my friends. And Lead Paint says, I'm at work. Okay. So what I've got to do is get on the phone. I got to go to YouTube. Did you guys see the disaster that was episode 430? Did any of you watch it? I should show you what happened. In fact, I'm sure. Let me take a look here. Let me share the screen. They need to figure out a way on StreamYard to share the screen with like 1 or 2 buttons. I have to do too many clicks to get there. It's very annoying. Okay, so where's 430? Come on. This is our episode now. Wow. Let's take a look at it. Come on. I've got 270 subscribers. I had 271, but while I was in the line at McDonald's last night, someone unsubscribed. We already have 4 thumbs up. Oh, just went to 5 right as I hovered over it. That's amazing. While I was in the line at McDonald's last night, someone unsubscribed. We already have 4 thumbs up. Oh, just went to 5 right as I hovered over it. That's amazing. While I was in the line at McDonald's last night, someone unsubscribed. Okay, that's enough of that. What am I doing? What's this say?
With Clover and Mike.
These commercials.
Cafe, I've had more time to think. I realized that we'd become known for
I just
misspelling.
discovered Zone News. Let's type in Biden blood drinking. I already looked it up.
What they can do is try to change the narrative and say, well, why wasn't Nancy Pelosi prepared? Why weren't the Democrats prepared?
No, they can say that, and you can make honest judgments about it. I sometimes get myself in trouble for what I'm about to say. Not that I ever get in trouble. As you've heard me say before, no one ever doubts I mean what I say. The problem is I sometimes say all that I mean. But all kidding aside, I have faith in the American people. I really do, to ultimately get to the right place. And by the way, many times Republicans are in the right place. I don't mean that the Republicans, it's only the Democratic point of view. But some of the stuff, I mean, QAnon, the idea that the Democrats or the Biden is hiding people and sucking the blood of children. No, I'm serious. Now, you may not like me, and that's your right. Look, it's a simple thing. You can walk out and say, I just don't like the way that guy wears his tie. I'm voting against him. You have a right to do that. You have a right to do that. But the kinds of things that are being said of late, I think you're beginning to see some of the, and by Democrats as well, sort of the venom get.
Yeah. All right. Let's see what we can do here. Hey, where's my little thing gone? Shit. That had gone away. Oh, I gotta get rid of the please stand by. Please stand by, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what we can do here. Okay. I don't have my damn thing at the bottom either. What's happened to my, I had a nice banner. Oh, that's because I started a new episode. Hold on one moment, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, no wonder things were looking so shitty here on the Garage War Left channel. Now we've got everything going. Ooh, there's been a comment. Let's see what that was. There's been a bunch of comments. Hey, Gratu. I imagine you have a nice collection of famous monsters of Filmland. Yeah, I showed it about a month or so ago. I'll show it again if you'd like. Let's see here. I saw it, but had to turn the volume down. That's episode 430. Likewise, there's a monster title produced by Crack that I'm interested in. Yeah, there's one in the 60s, and then one called For Monsters Only. Then Mort Todd started one called like Monsters Attack in the late 80s. Infinity streaming, not for the weak. Got my second, I thought he said job. Got my second jab today. In 2 weeks, I can have my COOF passport. I need it, otherwise I can't travel to other European countries for assignments. Yeah, now in France, they're not going to let you vote. Pretty soon you'll be in a prison camp. It's nice. Oh, that's so be mean, Graphic Man. He didn't say he was feeling bad. Yeah, they're already going door to door in Los Angeles. They apparently, I talked to someone. He said they knock on your door, and this person I was talking to, their roommate had already had gotten the roll up your sleever. So they asked if he'd had the roll up your sleever, and he said yes. And then they said, "Can we see the papers to show that?" I mean, literally, but they got these elderly women so that to come to the door so they don't seem like jackbooted Gestapo agents. And apparently someone rang the doorbell here like the day before yesterday during the day is what I hear. So I don't know if that's what I'm hearing. So it's a wonderful world we live in. Let's see what we got here. Oh, I was going to show you episode 430, how badly it went. There it is. And I had such a great, it looks like this, man. It was a nightmare. Yeah, when I went on, it's like the computer had doubled my camera. Really weird. Hello. What are you laughing at? Are you out of mind? What are you saying? Turn on your microphone, you fool. Use the microphone. Just cackling like a fool. You're now inside Joe Biden's head. This is what it's like to be the father of Hunter Biden, to be inside of his skull. Gratu controls the horizontal, the vertical, the sideways, and that coffee stain on your shirt, and the skid marks in your underpants. Indeed. Shit. Goddamn motherfucker. rough. Just don't take us into Hunter Biden's head. No, no one wants to be inside Hunter Biden's head. That's for damn sure. Right, Dr. Orloff and Dr. Shit? That's correct. Multiple images of Wolfman Jack. Oh, shit. I didn't think about it. That's why I need to lose weight. Actually, it wasn't that overweight in American Graffiti.
To go out and protest and to use their First Amendment right
God
of free
damn.
speech. And I personally don't like abortion, but I don't even get into the whole debate. I'm trying to move us
There's Alex Jones
past all this. What is
Holy crap.
how we move forward as society. But I think it's terrible. What do you think about it, Colin?
I picture inside of Joe's head to be a lot of empty space, says Graphic Man. Paul Costa says, this feels like an alternative electronic music festival. Are you about to drop the bass or drop the bass or fish? I wish I had a fish. It's Friday. It's the day that we should eat fish, right? My gosh, what is happening? Graphic Man says this is LSD. Mountain Dew Light. Yeah. Also known as Kickapoo Joy Juice. Ratu. You're a fool. Give up. Surrender to the UN. Their tanks are ready to roll across the border. All you can do is attempt to get a generator and stock up on food supplies. He's seeing you. Oh my gosh, you think it's funny. Wait a week and see what happens. Whatever. Graphic Man says, viewers once again remain calm. And that's going off the deep end here now. Right. Now we're going mobile. Wait, there's a portal to another dimension in the living room. Let me grab a broom. Not bad, Cthulhu. Bad. Wow. Okay. Let's go get that dictionary. Here's the new altar. Well, let's see what we can do here. Okay. Here it is. I gotta move a few books to get this out. Shit. Give me a moment. Oh, I should show you this. The National Lampoon High School Yearbook parody. There's the National Lampoon Encyclopedia of Humor. Oh, I forgot this. This is written by Michael O'Donoghue and Frank Springer, The Adventures of Phoebe Zeitgeist. It's a nice book. And here's the book about Marie Severin, my favorite comics artist of all time. And it's not a very quality copy. See, it's got tears, but it's the Super Dictionary. And we're going to take this in the other room and we're going to read it. Because that's what books are for. I need to do some vacuuming here in a little bit. That'll create whole new worlds of sound. We can go to one camera and perhaps that will make things less horrifying. LOL. There was an LOL there. The echo stopped. It must be out of Joe's head. I thought you were going to clean. I will do that. Thank you for keeping me reminded. Statues Pop Culture Museum is now open. You're cleaning like I do. Yeah, I get distracted. I will remove the shitty gratu. All right. Fantastic. Okay, now we're back to shit. Normal. Yes, I highly recommend this book, The Super Dictionary. You've probably seen this turned into memes on the internet. Nice Joe Kubert cover. Here they are going through the page to come out here. Except who the hell is that thing there? No, not that. That's Black Canary. This thing. Could you tell me who that is? Because see, on the other side, I don't recognize the guy. Right there. Sorry. Everything's backwards on the stupid iPhone or the computer thing. Okay, well, inside, it says, best wishes and congratulations to the 1979 Spelling Bee winner, levels 4 and 5. B.J. Davis, superintendent of schools. So the superintendent of a school district gave this to a spelling bee winner. Lead Paint says they actually had a copy of that in my school library. So it's even in this shitty condition, it's apparently pretty valuable. I didn't pay this much, but Half Price Books wrote $35 in July 1st, 2014, as is. So I guess this is a sought after, probably because it's so damn funny. Yeah, it's from 1978. Let me find some good ones. This is good for what's his face, Joe Biden. Hold on, I gotta move this computer a little bit. It says, super babies should eat real ice cream cones. I want to eat the ice cream and the cone I want the ice cream and the thin cake that holds it. This is a little awkward. The word is deserve. There's got to be a better way to do this. There's got to be a better way. God damn. She's saying, God damn. What? StreamYard's fault. Everything's backwards. I move something one way and it goes the wrong way. See, there it is, but I can't freaking read it to you while I hold it up. They make it really hard. Anyway, Supergirl is saying, Superman, you and I deserve a rest because we work so hard. We have earned a rest. We have deserved it for many, many years. Let's look at the Atom here. If I don't help these people, they will die. They will stop living. And he says, Atom, we could have died without your help. That's the word die. You look up the word die in the dictionary. Here's the word dine. Please dine with me tonight. Please eat food with me. You have not dined with me for a long time. So Crypto is teaching you what dine means. Oh, man. Catwoman, look what she's doing. Catwoman threw dirt at Batman. She threw mud and dust at him. She says, you are dirty. You are covered with mud and dust. That was a dirty trick. That trick was not fair. Yeah, I think Joe Biden wrote this dictionary. But, you know, this is almost like, what was the fucking guy that made Batman versus Superman? Zack Snyder. This is like this is what the screenwriting for his movies is like. The Joker is saying, I'm funny when I make jokes. I make you laugh. You think I'm funnier when I do silly things. But the funniest thing to me will be when you die laughing. There's Robin hitting a ball, right? The word is it. So they're teaching you that important pronoun. You know. Oh, by the way, my pronoun is it. It and shit are my pronouns, just so you know. So always refer to me as it. And he says, what is it? What is it? What is that thing? And Batgirl says, that thing is a ball. The ball hitting you means you are it. That means your turn is next. Okay, let me find some good ones. Ooh, this is a good one. Look at that. Hawkman eating a sandwich. The word is sandwich, though. In case you don't know that word, you can look it up in the dictionary, and it says, Hawkman ate a sandwich. He ate 2 pieces of bread with something between them. He does not know that Atom is hiding in one of the other sandwiches. Oh, boy. That should be interesting when he bites into Atom. Oh, this is a classic one. I've seen people use this as a meme on the internet. He's saying, be careful of your skin, Robin. Be careful of the outside covering of your body. I did skin myself already. I did scratch some skin off me. I skinned my knees when I fell. Oh, shit, there's a page falling out of this. It's been torn. Oh, shit. It's actually in here backwards. God damn it. Excuse my language. It's 415 and 416. I've been torn out. I need to get some of that up. Archival tape, I guess. It's very difficult to hold this book up. Now I see it. Tom Smith holding up all those humor books for 7 hours to these cameras. I can imagine why he gets tired. Graphic Man says, that's why I scan images ahead of time. It's very hard to show things on camera. It isn't as hard if I did it with my phone. I really should do an episode with my phone, and I can zoom in on things. Hey guys says solid four street bend, I guess. Lead Paint says, I think that image is sourced from an issue of Batman Family. I recognize it. Me too, LOL. Hello, Solid 4th Street Bend. Hey, Movie World. It's always like the Waltons here on this channel. Everyone's saying hi and good night to each other. Let's look. What's a good word to look up? There's Batgirl. You can be my friend or my enemy. You can choose which one you want to be. You cannot be both. I'll choose enemy, as he throws a knife at her. Well, they cast Batgirl. It's going to be like a red-haired girl. And so there's lots of redheads in Hollywood, right? So probably cast a redhead, huh? Let's see what redhead they chose. Actually, you can't think. There seems to be only one red-haired girl in Hollywood, right? I mean, that they put. It was, of course, they had her play a blonde in the. They had her play Gwen Stacy in those two Spider-Man movies. What's her freaking name? I forget her name. She was in Zombieland. So that's the only redhead I can think of currently in Hollywood, because apparently they don't like redheads to be in movies anymore. But let's see. I'm sure they did find a redhead to play Batgirl for. Okay, and so they found a red-haired girl from the Dominican Republic. So she, of course, when Batgirl was played in the Batman and Robin movie, of course, they got a blonde to play her. It's like, what do they have against? Oh, well, she looks pretty much like a redhead. Let's see. Her name is Leslie Grace. Let's see. I mean, she's a pretty young lady, but she's not exactly Batgirl, because Batgirl, she had red hair. I could have sworn Batgirl had red hair. At least when she's Batgirl, she's a brunette, But okay, so that definitely looks like Batgirl, and then they're making a movie. No, they're making a TV show out of Sandman, right? So I'll type in Sandman death. Remember, she kind of looked like that. All right. Let's see who's playing her in the TV show. Because, let's see. Come on. Let's see. What is it going to be on Netflix or something? Who's playing it? TV. Let's see. Oh, okay. All right. That's very close resemblance. Okay. So they're doing a good job. It doesn't look like anyone has an agenda, does it? Let's see. Hey there, brother. As long as the carpet matches the drapes. I guess, yeah, that's true. I saw that in that fortune cookie. Tina Louise would have looked great as Batgirl. Of course, I really like Devon Craig. Tina Louise is a little old, maybe younger Tina Louise. Let's see. Pretty sure the modern version of Batgirl isn't Barbara Gordon. Okay. But no one knows that there's a modern version of Batgirl. Let's see. But the Batgirl that I've seen in the comics that I don't read, but I see them on the stands, there's a red-haired girl currently. Maybe it's a different red girl. Red-haired girl. Let's see. How would I find this? Yeah, I mean, I think she kind of looks like this now, or that. That's what I think she looks like now, I'm thinking. But yeah, it may not be Barbara Gordon. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Yeah. Oh, yeah. What is that going on with her ear there? Oh, just a pierced couple of, oh, she's got one of those gauges in addition to a pierced ear. Okay. Shouldn't have the high heels anymore. Okay, well, fantastic. Let's see. There's a new Batman movie coming out. The Batman. Oh, he looks so tortured. The plot is unknown. Colin Farrell, Robert Pattinson, Andy Serkis. Let's see. Colin Farrell is the Penguin. Robert Pattinson is Batman. Okay. Catwoman. Okay. Right. That definitely looks like the Catwoman. And what else you got here? Do they have a Barbara Gordon in this movie? And they got a lot of big cast here. Oh, James Gordon. Oh, okay. James Gordon. Okay. Well, let's see. Oh, there are new comments. I can't see them. Well, we need to get to work. So let's see, what can we do here? First of all, yeah, this dang, I need to be able to be more mobile, to move around. I need to be mobile. I need to move around. I need to, just like that dictionary that explains what every word means. I've got all these safe space stickers. And I got my Desert Storm sticker. I think Maybe the shitty gratuit needs to come back, because otherwise I can't move around. Hello, shitty gratuit. Muted. Why can't I see the comments? Comments. Let me show you the problem. See, it just says new comments, but when I click on it, so you won't think I'm mad. When I click on it, it does absolutely nothing. So I can't see the comments that you guys are telling me. That you guys say, why is he not posting my comment on the screen? I keep clicking it, it won't fucking leave them. Driving me mad. Come on, comments. Sometimes if I click to another screen, then I click back to comments, then the comments will show up, but they just don't seem to want to do it. Okay. First of all, I got to start working on this new filing cabinet that I obtained. Neighbor was throwing it out. Let's see. So, what can you even see? So, oh, I need to give myself the full screen. That's the problem. Oh, crap. Solo layout. Okay. Oh, maybe I can see the comments if I look on my phone. No, I can't. Well, well. Things are bizarre here on the Gratuerlo show. Show. I'm trying to see all the comments. I grew up liking Marianne as a character. There's a lot of comments I can't see on Bub. Yeah, I don't know what to do. Hold on, let me put the. Does anyone want to be a guest so I don't drive myself mad here? I'll put the link there again. Well, shit, the Cowboy brought through here. Oh, great look at that. Here, brought to our lobby National Building Trade here on Friday night, October 7th, 2016. Having a great day. You're going to be cleaning up all this mess, garbage, motherfucking brought to our lobby. It's all around here on this mess. What the hell is this fucking thing supposed to be? I don't fucking know. At least he's got an American flag there. He's a true patriot. Brought to our lobby. Pictures. You know, today's National Hot Dog Day. Apple pie, hot dog, Chevrolet, all the things. God damn it. Let's go. There's Pete the cat. Hello, Pete the cat. How are you? Leah. Yes, sir, he is, ma'am. Pete the cat. He's a true patriot. Supports Donald Trump. He voted 4 times for Donald Trump. God damn. We got to set up a water bed here for Gerald coming over here tonight, probably more likely. He called and says he'll. Sometimes he gets all sick, can't come over, mother. Okay, so this is what I have to deal with. First of all, what a mess. Let's see what's in this cigar box. It's loaded. I just get overwhelmed. Okay, all this stuff is stuff that could be probably put into that filing cabinet. Oh, shit. Pages of the magazine I put out called City Rape for that. Good job keeping the originals in one place. Here's a self-portrait. Why am I hearing the sound of water running? You hear that? Why am I hearing that? Here's an ad I cut out for the Rocketeer. I don't know what the. So one thing I need to do is get these. Some magazines picked up. An issue of Retro Fan and the Comics Journal. Don't mess with that. Okay, here's some Marvel. Here's some Treasury editions I need to take to the other room. There's an issue of Wizard. You hear that? issue of Monster World. That needs to be put somewhere, Precious. What does this say? Hello, my friend. Hope all is well. Oh, this is a note from Captain Strangelove. That's cool. Put that somewhere special. All right. So I've got these treasury editions. I got to take these to the other room. But Martin Luther King is one of my idols. And he said to not judge people by the color of their skin, or their religion or anything, but to judge them by the content of their character. I'm paraphrasing it. And now the Democrats want to judge people only by the color of their skin, not by the content of their character. And it's a big, they try to change characters that have been established for 50, 60, 70 years. They'll change the race of the characters or the look of their characters, or it's just the hair color, just to aggravate these retentive fans. Just then if someone complains, they can say, oh, you're a racist, when they're not racist at all. It's just this Sherlock Holmes should not be played by an Eskimo, or it's just like these are characters that are established as looking a certain way, and that just, we want to see the comics that we love come to life and look exactly like we would imagine them. And it's like, no, well, why can't Iron Man be a different race, or why can't Iron Man be a girl? Well, because Iron Man's not a girl, because the word man is in his name. But and then you feel all guilty and ashamed for pointing out that I like Batgirl as a redhead. This girl's very pretty, but it's not Batgirl, and I don't care about it. Just like that Catwoman movie that came out 15, 20 years ago with Halle Berry. That wasn't Catwoman, so I didn't care about it, and I never saw it. And it's like, well, you're a racist. No, you're not a racist. It's just, that's not the character that you love. There's a bunch of Monster Times. MyComicShop.com sent them in these super big things that they don't really, actually, I wonder if this would fit a treasury edition. Let me try and see. Oh yeah, when you get Monster Times from, I can reuse these bags for these treasury editions. What they are is basically Life magazine bags, and this probably is coming out terribly. I probably should film it an episode just using my camera. So we ought to look at these Monster Times in the other room. It'll give us something to look at. Yeah, these Rudolph, the red-nosed reindeer, big giant-sized collector's edition from DC are worth a lot of money. They're reprints of the stuff from the 50s. This is a very, very rare one. I got it as a second grader. Yeah, the Monster Times is a great thing. And so is Rudolph. And it's almost Christmas. Wait, this one's not big enough. Man, they're cutting things different sizes there in Lone Star Comics. Bastards. Okay, maybe this one's big enough to fit the other Rudolph. Yes. So I got 3 Rudolphs bagged. Now there's this Rudolph and these Marvel Comics holiday grab bags. I'm going to take these to the other room and put them in a box. There'll be a brief echo. Actually, I'd probably be. Shit. Getting old is not for sissies. Oh, there's a guy on Big Brother. You guys watch Big Brother? There's this guy on Big Brother. It's like he was drawn by John Byrne. Move your tail there, Pete. I'll show you. I told my wife, it looks like he was drawn by John Byrne. And she said, what? You forget that not everyone knows who John Byrne is. Okay. Well. Oh shit! It's so hard to get around here. Cocksucking son of a motherfucking son of a cocksucking son of a bitch. Good shit. Kill myself here, girlfriend. Oh shit. Okay. Dang. I should probably push this on the ceiling. Let's see what I can do. Play the place for it. Okay. This box must be put treasury edition. I got these out at Christmas time. Okay, this is getting annoying, isn't it? This is getting annoying, isn't it? It's getting annoying, isn't it? It's getting annoying, isn't it? This might be getting annoying. Is this getting annoying? Perhaps I should stop this. Okay, I'm back. So that's what it takes to get work done around here. But I still can't see the new comments. Why is this? Okay, I removed myself from the studio and came back, and it allows me to see the comments. Okay, shut up. Okay, let's take a look. Back to where we were. Time warp. I'm pretty sure the modern version of Batgirl isn't Barbara Gordon, says Movie World Comics. I like that Tina Louise idea. Just saw her when I was watching a few minutes of Bonanza the other day. LOL. I grew up liking Mary Ann over Ginger, but later on I realized that Ginger would have been worth any amount of trouble or difficulty in getting to that island. Oh, yes. I used to have a lawn chair that belonged to Marianne, but someone stole it. Possibly the man that sold it to me. He bought it. I don't think so, but possibly. It was bought from her garage sale in Hollywood. There was a character in the late 90s whose name was Spoiler. I heard that in the newer comics, that character is Batgirl. Oh, okay. I didn't even acknowledge comics in the 90s. They can do whatever they want. They own the characters. I mean, it's not like, we don't own the characters, so we can't control it. So if they want to turn everything into whatever, they can do whatever they want. We just don't have to pay for it. Comments. That was when I wrote comments. I think you're right about the Spoiler character, MW. I can't see. I'm blind. I can't imagine you plan on moving out of that house, says Lead Paint. I will on a stretcher to the cemetery, probably. No, we're going to be moving. You are dug in like an Alabama tick. Oh, the governor of Alabama is saying that it's all the fault of those people that are roll up your sleeved. It's all their fault. Everything's going bad, the economy and everything. Yeah, that's why the gas is more. That's why the... Yeah. Okay. Are you still going to Indiana to live in the funeral home? No, that thing sold. My wife didn't like the idea anyway. Retro Fan, good magazine, says Lead Paint. Oh, yeah, love the treasuries. Careful with those monster times around Dr. Silver Age. Yes, Dr. Silver Age and I both have a deep love for the monster times. I think the Rudolph treasuries are some of the few from DC I don't have. You are correct, sir. Getting old is definitely not for sissies or pussies. Hope to, or wussies. Remember wussy? When I was in junior high school, you're a wussy. Have to get ready for work. A great day to all. You must work at noon. Or perhaps you're in another country. You're absolutely right, Gratu. They're changing these iconic characters just to feed their insane political ideas to the world. J.J. Abrams is making a movie where Superman is black. Yeah, I know, and it's like if you complain, then you feel guilty because they say, well, you're one of those R words, and it's like, and I felt guilty just showing that. It's because that's what they want. They want you to feel dirty and nasty, and because you're one of those white supremacists. It's like my wife is Hispanic, and during the summer, we bought an inflatable pool. You're going to see me turn real brown here soon. When we were in, I was at Disney World in Florida when I was like junior high school, maybe. We went for the first time I went, I was in second grade, and these Cubans would stop and ask me for directions, and I'd say I don't speak Spanish, and everyone just assumed that I speak Spanish because I was so dark from the sun. And when my father, he was part Russian, German, and Irish. But, when he went to Vietnam, he got so dark. He said that, I'm trying to find something. He pointed at those, he was just as dark as like the speaker over here that you can't see. So anyway, people are great because of what's inside of them. Skin is just, just the shell. We're souls, we're eternal souls inside, but these fictional characters, a big part of what they are is how they look. It's like that's just a big deal. You just let's see, what are you saying here? Then Movie World says, and then they attack the fans for naturally feeling insulted that they would do that to something that they loved for their whole lives. Yeah, literally my whole life. I was 2 when Batgirl was created. There was a Batgirl before Batgirl in the 50s, a different Batgirl. But yeah, I actually have the first Detective Comics with Batgirl debut, $1 million debut of Batgirl. It's worth a lot of money now. But the movie might make it worth less for all I know. But the character of Death is supposed to be, because death is, it's just white is the color of death, because skeletons and, oh well. Better get some work done. I'll catch up and watch the remainder later. Take it easy. All have a good weekend. Oh, I was just about to show the Monster Times, but you can watch it. You can watch this on a replay. Let's see. What does anyone want to come on? No, no one does. All right. Sorry. The problem is there's no music in Grotuville. Fucking hell. I'll be right back.
I'm not beaten yet. My invincible sleepers will carry on for me. Sleepers? Even now, they lay hidden somewhere in Europe, waiting for the signal 20 years from now, when they will awake. What are the sleepers? Where are they hidden? Talk! There are 3 sleepers. And when they awake, 20 years from now, the Red Skull will rise again.
The story of the sleepers will continue over 2 additional segments, and I can assure you, Cap wins the day as all Marvel superheroes do. As for the other characters in our quintet, his real name is Don Blake, a serious and dedicated doctor, but his secret identity is Thor, God of Thunder. His strength is legendary, as is his power over the elements, and the mighty hammer he fearlessly wields against his colorful foes. As Peter Parker, a typical college freshman, Spidey is rather serious. He's the original hard luck guy who, because of being bitten by a radioactive spider, possesses superpowers which he can call on at will. He can walk on walls and has great athletic prowess. But unfortunately, Spider-Man is feared by the very people he risks his life to help. Behold Prince Namor, half human and half descendant of the underwater kingdom of Atlantis. In the water, he is supreme, able to outfight a whale. On land, many times stronger than any human. He can fly limited distances because of his offbeat little ankle wings. If ever a cat rated the word incredible, it's our jolly green giant, the ever-loving Hulk. He's something of a green-tinted Jekyll and Hyde, due to his having been belted by gamma rays. Also, he's merely the strongest mortal to walk the face of the earth. We Marvelites are proud of having created the world's first lovable monster. To sum up, our titles today are fabulously popular, and we feel we found the proper vehicle for transferring them to the television screen in such a way as to maintain, in fact, to intensify the appeal they now possess, an appeal which has made the Marvel Comics Group the most talked about publishing success of the decade.
Way down yonder in the Indian Nation, riding my pony on the reservation in the Oklahoma hills where I was born. Away down yonder in the Indian Nation, a cowboy's life was my occupation. In the Oklahoma hills where I was born. Many months have come and gone since I wandered from my home in those Oklahoma hills where I was born. Though a page of life is turned and a lesson I have learned, to those Oklahoma hills I still belong. Now as I turn life a page to the land of the great Osage, in the Oklahoma hills where I was born, where the black oil rose and flows and the snow white cotton grows, in the Oklahoma hills where I was born. Away down yonder in the Indian Nation, ride my pony on the reservation, in the Oklahoma hills where I was born. Away down yonder in the Indian Nation, a cowboy's life was my occupation, in the Oklahoma hills where I was born.
Well, sorry. Had to use the restroom. That often happens on the Tonight Show when the host just leaves for a few minutes. Let's see. What else is people would say? Lead Paint said, better get some work done. I'll catch up with the remainder later. Take it easy, all. Have a good weekend. Even in the 90s, when it didn't have anything to do with the race, they changed the Superman costume design as a gimmick. What was even worse was when they gave him a mullet. That was the worst kind of change. I'd like to come on, but I'm at work, unfortunately. Well, what should we do while he's gone? Cause an uprising, nap, spread joy? Spread joy, because the UN are going to be coming in to save us soon. It's the Book of Revelations, live and in person. Welcome to the apocalypse. Topo Gigio was a little mouse. Used to be on the Ed Sullivan Show, and this is his piss. Topo Gigio. Indeed. Well, amazing. What was I in it? I was going to look at the Monster Times, but I didn't bring him in here. Shit. We only have 5 viewers. We're really screwing up. Let's see how many likes we have. We have 5 likes. Excellent. The thumbs down guy hasn't shown up yet. Well, maybe we can keep all the will good. Keep goodwill towards, and we won't have a negative thumb. Okay. All right. Oh, this is cool. I hope it's cool because I bought it a while back and it probably could have used that money for food now. Justice Society, World War II. How about that? How about that one? I haven't watched it yet, but it says there, DC Showcase Short, Commandy, the Last Boy on Earth. Commandy, Jack Kirby's beloved creation, comes to animated life as the last civilized teenage boy on a post-apocalyptic Earth, ruled by talking animals. In this short, he must survive a series of deadly tests. So that'd be cool if they made a whole feature or series of that, but who knows whether that will happen. And this I have transferred some of the Marvel Superheroes cartoons that Jambo sent me. And so I need to make him a copy and get that off in the mail very soon. That music used to play on the in the Spelunker Cave. And if you live in North Texas, you know what the Spelunker Cave was. The cave is still there, but the Spelunkers are gone. There used to be a dark ride at Six Flags Over Texas. I'll show it to you in a minute. Oh, this is not good. I think it's going to rain outside. How about that? Shit.
That's where it is. The global beat, the local news, music, sports, and entertainment. All of the action can be found on radio. The What's Happening sound. This is the What's Happening sound. Radio, that's where it is. Community activities. Charming people shoot the breeze. Get your spirits off the ground. Radio, the What's Happening sound. Weather, traffic, household hints, the happy beat of the action sound. What's happening gets around on radio. The What's Happening sound.
Well, it's not unusual, ladies and gentlemen, to have no one appear on camera on the Groucho Orloff Show. Look at all the pretty colors, ladies and gentlemen. This is a DVD of psychedelic amorphous oil projection that I've been using to have a backdrop for the Groucho Orloff Show for several generations now. But I've taken it out of this DVD player and I put it in the Marvel Superheroes. Oh, damn it. Where's shit? Where's the remote? For crying out loud. Someone just commented on YouTube Studio. I felt like I watched an episode of Monty Python, now for something completely different. Oh, a comment from Solid 4th Street Bend on my last episode 430 was one of the greatest of all time. That's why you should never call your episode the greatest episode ever, because something will inevitably go terribly wrong. The Groucho Orloff Show where nothing can possibly go wrong. Go wrong. Go wrong. Go wrong. Remember the Westworld commercial? Most of you remember the Westworld commercial because you're in your 50s. Oh, how do I sit down here without killing myself? Fucking shit. No, I left my drink over there.
I want to be happy with someone I look up to. Like
Nothing works out. I should be buying food and water instead of filming this show about funny books. This is how the late great planet Earth finally turns into a burning cinder. Not with a whimper, but with a burning fart. Which is why you should never eat Thai food, man. They always ask you, how hot do you want your Thai food? On a scale of 1 to 5, I always keep it kind of low. All right, well, we got all these comments. I missed them all. They've done a couple other DC Showcase shorts. It was a Sergeant Rock one and a Phantom Stranger one. I missed those. Good morning, afternoon. It's wonderful to be here with you all. Excellent, Meyer Greenblatt. Hi, Meyer Greenblatt. I'll be showing some electric trains later next week. Cool. Nothing special. All electric trains are special. Sounds cool, GM. Yeah, I've got a huge collection of Model Railroader magazine. Not huge, but I like Model Railroader magazine. Do they still publish it? Oh, even Gold Key Geezer is here now. Hi, all. At least he was here at 11:37, 1 minute ago. Okay. A Spectre Showcase short. How long are these Showcase shorts? Are they longer than 10 minutes? Let's see what quality. Let's look at the screen over here. So I got to adjust the screen ratio. I got to do it. That's the right screen ratio.
I can't keep going on. It has to work right now. I'm getting charged. What'll be the end?
How can anyone hate this cartoon?
A thin flow of electric current saves Iron Man, and one of the strongest superheroes on Earth lives to fight again. Thus, the newspapers receive Iron Man's answer.
Iron Man ready!
Iron Man has snapped at the plate. Are all traps positioned and ready?
Ready, Colonel Brodar. Iron Man is doomed.
A special satellite will beam the event to the entire world. A carnival atmosphere fills the tiny neutral nation, where the greatest hand-to-hand combat of all time is to take place. But when the gladiators meet, the crowd is struck dumb. Pepper and Peppy can barely believe their eyes. Iron Man faces a towering giant who is almost twice his size, wearing armor especially equipped to destroy him. With only temporary repairs to his chest device, how can Iron Man possibly win, or even survive a battle with Titanium Man? An official disposes of opening preliminaries and asks both contestants if they will respect the international rules agreed upon.
Yes. 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 Let us begin.
Iron Man will be hopelessly outclassed. He is doomed, but a propaganda victory will be for us.
The field is cleared, and the combatants face each other.
I've waited a long time for this moment, but now it will be worth it.
I hope so. Wouldn't want you to go away disappointed.
Not me, Iron Man. One blast is all it will take.
Don't expect me to just stand around, big man. Let's see what my repulsor ray blast can do to you. He's as strong as he looks. I'm not hurting him a bit.
Now it's my turn.
What? He's pulling me to him by magnetic attraction.
See how powerless you are against my superior size and strength.
He's not just whistling Dixie.
Look, the giant is beating him.
No, Iron Man's reversing his jets.
Anyway.
Look out, Iron Man!
Yes. Dr. Silrage. They've done a very cool Spectre showcase short as well. I think they're about 20 minutes long on average. Oh, cool. Titanium Man, one of the best named villains. Sound effects are pretty good. Yeah, and the voice acting's great, and the music, everything. That's John Vernon that played, Dean Vernon Wormer in Animal House. One of about there's probably at least a good dozen things about Canada. I can't think of 12 good things about Canada, but just William Shatner. There's my mind is going on me. I swear to God. I just said his name. Tom Smith's cool. SCTV's cool. We're up to about 4 things, right? What else is good about Canada? Okay, now I'm starting to run a blank. There's something else. Well, these Marvel superhero cartoons, yeah. I said Tom Smith, didn't I? Tom Smith's cool, but we haven't even got to 6 cool things. And I think we run out of things that are cool about Canada. Oh, I was going to show you that idiot that looks like he was drawn by John Byrne. Let me see if I can do that for you. Big Brother CBS. Share screen. Okay. Here we are with the show that I've watched for 23 years or something like that. Maybe not quite that long, since summer of 2001. How can I show you? I got to show you the cast. Okay, that would be what I would do. That's not what I wanted to do. Cast. Here's the guy who looks like he was drawn by John Byrne. Derek Ixiao. They call him Derek X. Okay. So now I know his name. He's a startup founder. But if you know the art of John Byrne, you recognize this is the only kind of head that John Byrne draws. See? The jaw, the thin neck and the jawline and the smile lines and the ridiculous hair is how Reed Richards, the Human Torch, even girls are drawn that way with big glasses. There's some, usually the girls are drawn with these big round glasses. I'm getting a bunch of other guys with the same name. They should have put her in there. Yeah, anyway, Derek X Xiao. But anyway, definitely John Byrne. Oh, that's a picture of him younger. Anyway. Look up John Byrne if you don't know who I'm talking about. Let's see. Oh, there are new comments that I can't see. Those geese are pretty cool. Those geese. What are you talking about? In the show that we're watching? Because I didn't see any geese. Monster Times. We only have 4 people watching. Boy, I'm doing a shitty job today. There's got to be some thumbs down by now. Let's take a look. Let's see about that last episode. I have 3 thumbs up for the disaster episode 430, 14 views, 1 comment. But let's look at 431, which is today's episode. Friday night after dark. Ooh, there's a bunch of comments. Oh, Captain Strangelove is watching. Cool. Well, Monster Times was a newspaper put out in the 70s. It started at the very beginning of the decade and lasted until the summer of 76. And it made the 70s a wonderful time. There's nothing like this that's ever existed. Okay, so it has Bruce Lee, Ray Harryhausen, even Mexican monsters. The back cover, of course, Monster Times covered Star Trek very heavily, and it had this wonderful poster of that says "Keep on Trekking." It was a poster in one of the issues. It's a parody of R. Crumb's "Keep on Truckin'" that was everywhere in the 70s. So it looked like this. Now, this is how Rolling Stone used to look. Rolling Stone was a newspaper, and it would open like so, and then you'd read it like this. And that's how the Monster Times was. There's a wonderful smell to this. But I love that this comes right out of the press book for The Beast from 20,000 Fathoms, right? They just added some color to it. But inside, they got lots of cool ads like Warren did for books. And they would show monsters. Whenever monsters would appear in other media, they would show it. Like Nestle Quick had some monsters on the cover. And then there was some... these are the different monsters they used. So they would print that too. So they've got they would document monsters in popular culture wherever they appeared in the 70s. The monster serials, anything like that. Got to be real careful with these newspapers because you're basically handling a almost 50-year-old newspaper, and you could get Frank Frazetta posters and stuff. Actually, the newspaper, I wish I had more room in here. So they covered comic books, movies, all. It kind of comes apart like a newspaper. It's not stapled together, so they cover all kinds of neat stuff. Oh, and there'd always be a poster in the center that you could hang up. So it's And then this is the same company put out this magazine or newspaper called Inside Comics. I've never seen a copy in the in real life. I've seen Captain Strangelife's show one. I only think they put out a few issues. But yeah, it was, I think it was Jerry Branticelli that wrote it. And he had a comic, I think after that magazine ended, he did a regular feature in Warren comic magazines. They gave him a full page. I think it was a column called Inside Comics, and he'd rant about comics and the state of the industry, and kind of like people do on YouTube. See, even a Bruce Lee in here. And I remember that very clearly. So I'm sure Inside Comics had a very vocal attitude about it, because that's how he was. See, they cover monsters from Marvel. I was trying to complete my collection of these last year when the pandemic first started, and around my birthday, I got a bunch of these from mycomicshop.com, which is just across the town from me. But these were mailed like 3 or 4 states away, and it took a long time because the mail was all messed up at the beginning of the pandemic. And but I eventually got them, and I've got a lot of them. I wrote it down on a piece of paper, which is long, so I've got to look again and see which ones I have, so I can try to fill in those holes. This is a later one. This is issue 47 from May of '76. I think this may be the second to last issue. The last issue has the $6 Million Man on the cover, but Space 1999 definitely dates this, very, yeah, the last one was in the summer of '76. So yeah, Space 1999 was something everyone was excited about. Everyone thought it was going to be the new Star Trek until we saw it and realized, nah, it's just going to be another, the special effects were good, but the acting was wooden. Even though they're great actors, it's just like that they were used to directing puppets. And so the special effects were paid attention to, but the actors just came across as wooden. So the second season, they tried to make them more human, and they added an alien character that was supposed to give it a Mr. Spock appeal, this beautiful woman that could turn into animals, but it just didn't make it past 2 seasons. So Space 1999, I don't hate it. Boy, did it had cool music. It had the greatest science fiction disco kind of theme song. So that definitely, takes me back to a certain time in my life, Space 1999. But unfortunately, this is when the world kind of started to end and die a little bit. When they stopped publication of the Monster Times, and then the next summer, Star Wars came out. Star Wars was wonderful. Boy, was I into it, but it wound up killing monster magazines. The only monster magazine I know that survived was Fangoria, but it covered slasher movies more than it did monsters. And I'm into monsters, not just people getting slashed up. So, yeah. The magic's a lot of the magic left the world when this stopped publishing, and then Famous Monsters started to put like R2-D2 and stuff on the front of every cover, and things got. Star Wars was wonderful, but it also hurt popular culture a lot. Here's the zombie issue. Oh, let me show you this one first, though. I'll show you the zombie issue. This one, the original artwork for this, it's Neil Adams did the art for the poster. The original artwork belongs to a friend of mine, and it's about a mile away from here right now. It's a friend of mine has passed away, but his brother just kept his house exactly as it was. It was a museum unlike anything you've ever seen, like Forrest J. Ackerman, because he collected like I did, but he had a lot more money than I've ever had. So he had all kinds of original art. And anyway, his brother just kind of locked up the house, and he's kept it as a shrine to him. He's kept the Netflix going and the cable TV and the phone going, just like he's expecting or hoping his brother to come back at any time. And he's thinking, well, if anyone from Hollywood calls, because my friend used to work in Hollywood, you know, they'll be able to call and leave messages on his. So anyway, my friend owned this original art. Was my whole point. See, they have EC Comics covered in here. Imagine seeing this on the newsstand when you go, and it's 60 cents, and it's got these images and trench. I swear I'm not kidding to you. My friend also owned the original artwork for the Tarantula movie poster. Reynold Brown painted a lot of these AIP monster movie posters and juvenile delinquent posters. My friend bought that one, Revenge of the Creature. He sold most of them, but he kept Tarantula. And I think that Tarantula poster, as I recall, is on the wall in that house, just real close to here. Yeah. See, this is just amazing. If this magazine ever existed, this is what made me want to make my own magazine. You know, from the time I was in, I guess, first grade when I first saw this, it just changed my life. Look at that. I think they're covering the EC. There was an EC convention. This issue is from probably about 72, I would imagine. This is issue 19. It's from February 73. Yeah, my friend owned this original art, except that's not the art. That's someone's redrawn it for this. But it's a very nice redrawing. Boy, is that gorgeous. Jeez, this magazine, this newspaper, whatever you want to call it, is one of the greatest. This one's in great shape. Sometimes, because it's newspaper, you got to store it just right. And it wasn't written down to you like Famous Monsters. And God bless Forrest J. Ackerman. The magazine looked wonderful. The layout, the pictures, everything about it, except for the writing. Man, I just did not like, as a kid, reading this, all the puns and stuff. I just never thought it was funny. I want to get these comments. How do I get the comments back? Hey, I'm going to leave the studio for a second, and maybe it'll. Oh, you got to see this. The Black Widows appeared with newer accent.
He is also ruthless. Stop. I am convinced. I will complete terminations for you. Immediately. Excellent. A nuclear submarine will be charged.
Meanwhile, Tony Stark.
Imagine if what's her face, Scarlett Johansson, did that accent. That would be hilarious. She should have a slight Russian accent. The actress that plays Scarlet Witch tried to do that a little bit on and off the accent, and at least they mentioned it in that TV series. You know, that her accent comes and goes. I finally watched the first episode of Loki last night, and I really enjoyed it. And I'd seen it before on a night when I had had no sleep, and I don't remember much past 15 minutes into it because I fell asleep. Not that I was bored, but I was exhausted, and I didn't mind it. Everyone says it's terrible, and that there's all this attention drawn to his gender fluidity or whatever. I didn't see any of that. Let's take a look at what people are saying here. A lot of stuff. Graphic Man was saying the sound effects were pretty good in the 66 Marvel cartoons. Meyer Greenblatt points out that Tom Smith is something good about Canada, because there has to be something good. They're shutting down the country is so fascist right now. And it sounds like they've got UN soldiers and Chinese soldiers just ready at the border to come in. As soon as something goes wrong. Hold on. What is the next comment? Those geese are pretty cool. Dudley Do-Right. Yeah, but he's still an American creation. Captain Strangelove says, greetings, everyone. I've been attempting to get a hold of some Kickapoo since seeing Gratu drinking it. A 12-pack of Kickapoo Joy Juice in bottles cost around $50 with shipping on Amazon. There's a store called Rocket Fizz. They've got one here in Gratuville. I imagine there's one in Chicago. I'll look in a second to see if it is. They have it there. Yvonne DeCarlo, Canada. Oh, well then, okay, that's another good thing about Canada. I'm sure there's a lot of, I joke, but it just seems like a lot of things that have come out of Canada were low quality. So I always laugh about it. John Byrne wore big glasses, so I guess that's why he would draw them like that. Yeah, but John Byrne didn't look like Karen Carpenter with that weird jawline and the thin neck. It's just, maybe that's just he. I don't know. Maybe he was in a German prison camp in a previous life, and he thinks that that's how people look, with little pencil necks, like they're starving to death. I just don't picture Reed Richards looking like an emaciated person. Canada geese. Okay. Yeah. Rush. Oh, yeah, Rush. That's right. That's why they did the theme song for Strange Brew, the Bob and Doug McKenzie. I still have a Bob and Doug McKenzie t-shirt. Yeah, because SCTV was one of the good things. Yeah, Rush. Yeah, they were good. Oh, the guys would carve Rush into the desks in junior high school. They'd carve Kiss, Van Halen, Rush, AC/DC. Oh, I really was loving that show. Night Tiger had a show on a Sunday night where he just had all his brothers, and they talked about heavy metal music of the 80s, and they would play the music and they talk about it. And sometimes the stream would get shut down because YouTube would detect that they're playing music. I don't know why that's a problem, because they're talking over it. It's not like they're bootlegging the music, and they're exposing people to this music that maybe never have heard it and getting them more fans. It's like they're advertising, doing free commercials for it, but I don't know. So anyway, it's not up anymore, so he must have taken it down. And Night Tiger was talking in his last video about going to a comic store, and they were playing this music that was so moving that he was like moved to tears, and he asked the comic store guy would you turn that music off or down, because I'm like I'm crying. And then I said, well, what? I put in the talkback under the chat, under the video. I said, what was the music? Did you ask him? And he responded this morning. He says, well, I'm out of the country right now. When I get back, I'll try to see if he remembers what it was. But it's like, why didn't you find out? Because if music is that effective that it brings you to tears, I want to hear it. There's some Spanish language music my wife played for me a few weeks ago. It was so great. Boy, it really was emotional, even though you can't understand what they're saying. These older guys with the big hats and everything. Let's see. Bacon. Oh, Canadian bacon. Now I get it. Yeah, that's a good thing. Monster Times were a great read. Yes, absolutely, Doctor. I only had one issue as a kid, but man, I read that baby to death. Oh, well. Yeah, it was hard for my mom to let me purchase it. You know, when I come up to her and say, can I have this? And there's a skull with two knives, with a knife going into both eyes and blood pouring down, for the Vincent Price movie Theater of Blood. Hey, Hans. Hey, Hans. And Monster Times, great historical pop culture publication. Wish I had kept mine. Well, at least you have your inside comics. But yeah, Monster Times is great. I was talking earlier, Captain Strange Life. I was watching your latest video, and before it, the commercial they put before it was hilarious. It was a woman saying it was some product that controls the smell of your vagina, and she's saying, I use this before all of my men. This helps me be more popular with all of my men. It was just a real sleazy commercial. It wasn't like a feminine hygiene product that's all women in billowy white dresses, and it was just very, very kind of inner city kind of vulgar kind of commercial for. She says, I know men have that smell between their legs too, or something. It's like, oh my God, what do they think Captain Strangelife's audience is like? Graphic Man, I would love to scan that Monster Times poster you just showed. I would try and make it glisten and shine and then get it printed on slick paper. Yeah, which one? The ones, which poster did I show? Maybe you'll tell me. Howdy do to you, Rod and Shannon. Your friend's house would be a great one to squat in. Yeah. Even as a little kid, I thought 4-8 was corny as well. Yeah. My friend told me that when he went to Forrest J. Ackerman's house, in between the book racks filled with priceless pulps, there'd be these like Jugs magazine and these Hustler magazines. And I guess if you grew up reading all of these pulps with the cringing women and chains and everything, you would be, well, he obviously was like women, but he didn't hide some of his dirty magazines, or he didn't hide them well enough from the crowd that came through his house. And my friend brought this Mr. Monster book in for Forrest J. Ackerman to sign, and then he got like a letter from him later saying, you forgot to pay for the book. And he said, no, I brought it in. I didn't, it wasn't one of yours. It's like, I bought it, you're in Texas, and brought it there. And they got it straightened out, but it just sounded like, oh my gosh, there could be problems going there. And apparently one time, oh man, my mind's going on me. Just hold on a second. One time Fritz Lang, the elderly Fritz Lang, called Forrest J. Ackerman at his house, and he had some guests there, like young kids and their parents, and so he put it on speaker so he can impress them. Fritz Lang, the director of Metropolis, is calling me here at the house, and Fritz Lang started saying something about, I can't really repeat. He started saying some rather dirty things. It's like, so kind of like locker room talk. So have you been blah, 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 blah. He had to quickly shut it off because that's a story that I heard from my friend who's also passed away. Boy, if he was alive now, if I could interview him, I don't know, that show would not be able to be on YouTube because my friend was shockingly politically incorrect. Okay. Where was I at? Paulo's back. And I'm back taking a 50-minute break between meetings. Yes. That's the way to do it. Okay. So, yeah, the posters. So here's the zombie issue of Monster Times. This is when it was 50 cents. See, that's what inflation's like. You guys don't understand. 50 cents was a lot of money then. It's probably about 74, I'm guessing. So you open it up and you got I Walked with a Zombie, and then, yeah, and there'd always be a poster in the center. And here it is. Something like this. Oh, poster was from The Beast from 20,000 Fathoms. I think it was the first one you showed. I need to search for a scan of it. Maybe I'd punch it up and adjust the color. Look good. What you need to do, what they did, is they got the press book for Beast from 20,000 Fathoms, and they added color to it. And let's look that up and see if there's one on eBay. I've got a Herald. It's on newspaper where it says The Beast from 20,000 Fathoms is coming. I bought it for my friend because sometimes my friend would be in financial trouble and he'd sell me posters. And it's like, that's how I got my Attack of the Crab Monsters insert that's signed by Roger Corman, because Roger Corman was coming out of a liquor store in LA and my friend was going in and he says, Roger Corman, hey, I've got some posters in my car. He just happened to be in his car. He said, sure, and it's a long story. My friend and I, he was, I'll tell you the long story. Do you want to hear the long story? Okay. University of Texas at Arlington. My friend and I were both going there, and I was studying advertising at the time. And so I open up the school newspaper, and there's a speaker coming to talk at the school, and his name is Herschel Gordon Lewis, and he's an expert in direct mail advertising, because this was long after his career in making gore movies and nudist camp movies, and he'd kind of hoped everyone would forget that. Now he was the guy that sends all the junk mail to your house, and that's where he was making his money. He was living in Florida and coming up with ways to spam you before computers were invented. They'd send you the junk mail, the flyers in the mail, and he'd make money with that. So he's going to talk to the students about that. So I told my friend, Herschel Gordon Lewis is going to be, it's like, oh shit, we need to go meet him. So anyway, the connection was made with Herschel Gordon Lewis. And then he flies to town and meets with my friend's family. And the idea was that my friend who was in film school would make a movie, and Herschel Gordon Lewis would narrate it, be the host of the movie. And the idea at the time, in the early 80s, mid 80s, at video stores, every video store had a horrible video called Faces of Death that was supposed to show real executions and real disasters and real dead people, and most of it was all fake. But it was one of those things people had to rent it and dare each other to watch it at some party and gross each other out. It was called Faces of Death, and they had all these sequels. It was like the sick ultimate product of the Mondo movies of the 60s, all led to this movie Faces of Death, which might have been the first thing that Troma released. But anyway, his idea was to do a parody of it. And at first it was going to be called Faces of Pain and Dismemberment, and it was going to be hosted by Dr. Herschel Gordon Lewis. And so my friend had these ideas, but he couldn't write, so I helped him write this script. And it had all these skits in it. And there was like a skit in there that was a parody of Rambo, where it's very disrespectful. I don't mean to offend you, but like Jesus Christ is on the cross and he gets down from the cross and has a machine gun and he's shooting all the Romans, but he's like muscle bound like Sylvester Stallone. There's stuff like that. Ultimately, the thing wound up being called They Saved Elvis's Brain. And I've got the script for it downstairs. And he had all these people that he'd met or had contacts with that wanted to be in it. Like he ran into Alice Cooper at an airport. He's coming into town. He says, I'm making a movie with Herschel Gordon Lewis. And Alice Cooper says, Herschel Gordon Lewis, here, sit down. I want to talk to you. So all these people were going to be in it. Rudy Ray Moore, Alice Cooper, on and on. And if you watch the Ramones video for Substitute, they covered the Who song Substitute. You see all these celebrities in it, Karen Black, all these people. All those people would have been in my friend's movie. And it got optioned by Roger Corman. Never got made, but so I co-wrote a script that was optioned by Roger Corman. Nothing ever happened of it, but just so you know. My friend's name is Tom is Tom Renoni, if you want to look him up. Let's see what people are saying here. God darn it, I'm hungry. Easy Peasy and Sleazy. Those are the names of the 7 female dwarfs. Okay. I remember Faces of Death. LOL. Yeah. Okay. Let's look up real quick. Oh, there you are, Pete. How you doing? Okay. So let me share the screen. Share screen. Share screen. Let's do some eBay hunting here on the Friday night edition of the Groucho Orloff Show. Okay. Okay, so what we're looking for is Beast from 20, because maybe if they show a good enough scan of it, you could steal it right off of their page selling it. Press book is what we want. It's what the newspapers use. There's a Blu-ray. Maybe no one has one. I didn't know it was out on Blu-ray. That's cool. Well, when I type in press book, I'm not getting press book. Why am I not getting that? Oh, I want to, let me make it price. Let me get the highest price first. How do I do that? I'm used to doing this on my phone. Maybe more filters. Oh man, I don't remember how to do this. I try to stay off of eBay because that can really break you. I'll tell you what, let me just get off of eBay. Beast from 20,000. Okay, that's what it should look like. So let's get images. So okay, hold on. You can blow it up bigger. Actually, let me try Google because I don't know about this Bing. I hate Google, but for this, I guess it's all right. Beast from 20,000. Did I get the right number of zeros? Yeah. Fathoms press book. I think image search is better on Google. Okay. Now, this, how big will this blow up? It took me to another page that you can't see. I'll show it in a second. Oh, maybe this. See, that's what they used in the Monster Times. They had the press book, and they just used that. Hold on. I wish I could easily switch from one screen to another. Stop screen. See, you can use this. Oh, well. I'm sure you can find, if you search long enough, a good file of it. And D. Jones says, "Greetings, Captain Strangelove. Great recent video." Oh, yeah, it was great. And yeah, I think that first symbol, you had 3 different rows of bat symbols for the bat phone. I think the first one with just the yellow circle with the bat in it would be what Batman would have on his phone, because although I liked the logo for the 66 Batman show that was the middle row, it just, Batman wouldn't have the logo for a TV show on his phone. That's just how I rationalize it. Okay, so we look at the zombie issue. It says, "Be a zombie for $2. See page 23. You don't see headlines like that very often, do you? They have all about zombie comics, you know. It's just, this is the newspaper, the magazine meant for us. Another one was Castle of Frankenstein. That very rarely came out. Sometimes they'd go a year and a half, it seems like, before they'd put out another issue. And yeah, this and Castle of Frankenstein and Famous Monsters were the great ones. But this was not. Then later, Psychotronic was a great magazine. My friend would do interviews with people like David Carradine and stuff, and then that would be in that magazine because he was friends with Michael Weldon. Yeah, I gotta put these up. Anyone want to come on and appear as a guest? I'll put the link up. So if you go to the chat, if you're on your phone or whatever, just go to the chat and it should be there. So I can't see it. Let's see how Iron Man's doing.
Here comes the blow. I better be right. Turn off the juice from the walls. I've got to get away and fix my transistors.
Otto! Don't want Iron Man escape!
The gigantic robot. I'll have to get past him.
Otto! Try and think which one. I like Iron Man. How helpless you are.
What time is it going to be? 12:24 p.m. Central Time.
Spin you around until the breath leaves your body.
And spin him around he will, as we shall see.
Okay, I still got to do some things here. Hold on a second. One moment. I'm going to.
I shall tell you how I obtained my invincible power. One day.
I want to see the new comments, so I can't do it unless there's some kind of weird bug. So I'm going to leave the studio and come back.
Within 10 small rings were gems which contained.
All right. And we're back.
All the powers which I now command. And now
This is a picture of a man from Mexico that my wife's sister found. She's apparently a friend of this guy is apparently a friend of the family. And she says that looks like Kenneth, and so it's become a running joke. All right, so the comments should be now viewable. D. Jones says, "Hi, Professor Orloff, watching the stream from the 13th floor of the Citrus Arts and Industry Building. I'm starting to find images of it interesting." Yeah, see, that's what you got to do is type in press book, and you'll get the black and white art that's ready for newspaper print. And then you add the art to it, and that's what Monster Times did. They were just using press books. But, you know, as a fourth, fifth, sixth grader, I didn't know how to find press books. There was an eBay. How would you find a press book? You couldn't. But then, you know, my friend, when I met him in 1984, this friend I keep talking about, that's what started getting me away from comics, because by then comics were starting to be not as good as they were in the Bronze Age. And my friend knew all about where to go to collect movie posters and movie memorabilia. And it's like, wow, a whole new world. And it's like, press books, that's great. And then you could photocopy it, it would look perfect, and use it in your own little publications. And some guy's got a whole fanzine right now put out of press book art from spook shows. And then the guy, it's like, well, if you didn't order it by now, we're sold out. You'll have to get it from me at shows. And I don't even know where the shows are. He's made it so difficult to get it. It drives me crazy. And Graphic Man is finding images of it. And Movie World says, I agree with you about the symbol on the phone, Gratu. And Gratu Orloff gives the link, hoping someone will come on as a guest. And Graphic Man just found a great lobby card of the movie on Heritage Auction. I've grabbed that scan. Yeah, I saw that. I couldn't show it because when I click on it, it pops open in another window that I'm not sharing. It drives me crazy. And Captain Strangeleyes says to D. Jones, thank you, sir. Hope you're doing well. So, I was just thinking, Captain Strangeleyes, time for my daily constitutional walk. We'll see you all later. Take care. All right. Thank you, Captain Strangeleyes, for popping in. And I was about to say something, which was probably not important. Let's see. Adios, Captain. Take care. I was talking about something.
At that moment, we have found the traitor. Open fire. What do they find? We remember your little old whistle?
Let's do a search on share screen. There's no way that Disney will ever release officially this Iron Man cartoon. They'll never release this, not with the current politically correct. So I'm going to have to get all these Marvel superhero cartoons from eBay, from someone that's bootlegging them. Okay, so let's just type in Google Spook Show Press Book images. Okay. Now this is what you could do, Graphic Man, is get some of this art. If this blew up in another window, if you could blow up, if you can find good scans of this and make posters from this stuff, or take something like that and add color to it. Look at that. Some of it opens up in Pinterest.
The brilliant scientist, Anthony Stark, has not even shared with his closest friends, Pepper and Happy, the secret.
Ooh, that looks cool.
Iron Man is
because it has all the cool stuff around around the sides.
Just by destroying Stark Enterprises, we could cripple their national defense. So you, Professor
Hold
Bingo,
on.
the world's greatest expert on electricity, must devise the destruction of Stark's mighty guardian, Iron Man.
I have on the weekend.
Oh, there's Night Tiger. What's up, brothers and sisters? How do you do, Night Tiger? Yeah, I was just talking about the music, Night Tiger, that mysterious music you heard, and I just want to know what that music was. Inquiring minds want to know. Did you, Night Tiger, did you have to take that show down with the heavy metal music because of YouTube, or because I wanted to see the rest of it? I was hoping I could come back, and then it was just gone.
Exactly. I carry thunderbolts of destruction. And here is where you will go in at Stark's great missile plant.
As the Crimson Dynamo departs on his terrible mission, Premier Poldew's dreams reach far beyond his ancient palace, to the land where his sabotage...
Oh, what a shame that is, man. San Francisco ruins of the Majestic. Oh, this is after the earthquake in April of 1906. So they added color to that. April 18th, 1906. Yeesh. Yeah, that earthquake was horrible. I've got several books that came out in within a year of that earthquake, and tell all about the earthquake in graphic detail that made me never even want to visit there. Ooh, look at that. That's a beautiful picture. I should save that. Save image. Ooh, I love that. See, you could print that. Blizzard of December 1947. That's from Life magazine. I like how the car looks like it's smiling. Look at that. Lon Chaney, west of Zanzibar. Ooh, look at that. That's for Unknown Island. I got to save this picture. Let's see if anyone's commenting back here. I didn't. It's under live streams playlist. Oh, it's there. I just didn't see it. Oh, okay, cool. Gotta go, guys. They're letting us out early. Wahoo, says Dr. Silveridge. Later, Dr. Silver. I remember reading about that earthquake when it happened in the newspapers. You're pretty old there, Night Tiger. Yeah, the thing about it is, it wasn't just of course, you guys know it wasn't just an earthquake, it was also a fire. So you have this horrible earthquake. So people rush out into the street, and then the street opens up and flame comes up out from under, like hell is opening up. Giant cracks, giant fissures open up, and flame comes out from the gas lines under the street. You survive the earthquake, then there's fire, then the whole city is on fire. And, ambulances would come in, and people didn't know what was going on. They'd be shooting at ambulances, thinking there were people trying to loot, and there were people trapped up on top of buildings. And the police, realizing that these people were going to burn to death, and there was no way of getting them down, out of mercy, would just pick them off with their guns, shoot the people up on top of the building waving. They just have to kill them because they would otherwise just burn to death, and everyone down on the street would have to watch that. So that's the kind of stuff you learn from contemporary accounts, maybe not from what you read now, but the books that came out then. So, yeah. That's the new thing. Instead of saying, just go, but yeah, I'm right. Okay, what the hell is that? Oh, they turned it into a supermarket. Oh, that's sad. But I guess it's better than destroying the building. Golem. Oh, well. That's a rabbit hole I could go down for a long time. I'm not getting a gosh darn thing done as far as cleaning up this area. But where's my telephone? See if I have any text messages. Let's see. Oh, Half Price Books is sending me a text. Yeah, no thank you. I can't go in there because I have to avoid temptation. I don't have money. It doesn't matter. I could be tempted all you want. There's nothing I can do with no money. Something about this person's claiming that, when they killed McAfee, he said he had a kill switch. They're claiming that terabytes of information is about to be released from that. And I'll believe it when I see it. Okay. Spook Show newspaper ads. Is that a website about it? See, I'm just wondering, where did this guy that did the fanzine get all of the ads that he put in the fanzine? He's made it so hard to get this fanzine. I'm kind of wanting to just find my own stuff and maybe do my own magazine. There's a Facebook group about spook shows. Spook Show Appreciation Society. Why is it done? No, well. See what people are saying. Night Tiger says, at least they had a police force at that time, yeah. Hi, Hans in Movie World. Hey, Solid 4th Street Bend. Don't you usually work on... No, I don't. I work on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Sundays. They used to have a simulation earthquake attraction at Fisherman's Wharf. I just thought that was pretty weird and macabre. Night Tiger, he works on Tuesday. Boy, you know better than me. I had to think, oh shit, am I supposed to be at work? Everyone else knows my schedule better than me. Name your fanzine the Gratu Gazette. Yeah, except Gratu is not owned by me. That's a Marvel comp. That's a Stan Lee name. So I got to be careful with that. Orloff I could use. Hey, Paulo. I got to go in the other room, so I'm going to have to I'm going to have to bring in my alternate identity. Hold on. Does anyone want to come on? If you want to come on as a guest, come on in. There's the link. What would happen if I did this? No, it just does that. Oh, wait. What if I did this? I've got an idea that may work, or it may be disastrous. Share screen. Share screen. Share screen. All right. Let's see if I can work this. 10 people watching. Let's get in there. Okay. Oh, we have 6 likes. Thank you, guys. That will help me get monetized when I get about 800 more fans. Let's see. 10 people watching. Let's get in there. So if we click this. Okay. Oh, we have 6 likes. Thank you, guys. Then I can go on. That will help me get monetized when I get about 800 more fans. So this is what will happen if you want to come on as a guest. Then you'll check your microphone, make sure it's working. And then I'm going to call myself. Go on. That will help me get monetized when I get about 800 more fans. So this is what will happen if you want to come on as a guest. Then you'll check your microphone, make sure it's working. And then I'm going to call myself. Go on. That will help me get monetized when I get about 800 more fans. So this is what will happen. Oh, there's Night Tiger coming in. Your microphone, make sure it's working. Hold on a second. 1 second, Night Tiger. Also try to go on with my phone. Just an experiment.
Cowboy Grappu.
Hold on. Maybe this isn't working.
Feedback.
Yeah, I know. How do I stop this? I know. How do I stop it?
That's like feedback, I think, from your other. There you go. Maybe.
There's nothing. It's gone. Oh, maybe. Oh, that.
That's like feedback, I think. From
Wait,
your
I got it. There was other windows open.
What's up, brother?
Not much. Are you back in the States?
No, I'm in Dominican Republic.
Okay, so tell me, because I hear people on YouTube saying, truckers that I know are saying that they're saying there's a lot less trucks on the road. And is it true that there's problems with the supply chain?
Yeah.
There are. What's do you see?
Not in my business, but I watched a video. Hold on, let me take my retainer out. I watched a video on YouTube about how they're not able to send back the empty containers to China and Europe to get them filled up again. They got ships waiting in port for over 2 to 4 weeks when usually they only wait 2 to 4 days.
Yeah, there are people in California that have put videos up that show all these ships off the coast, and they say, are these military ships? Are they about to invade? But I think they're ships from China that are bringing cargo, and so that's why they're all there along the coast.
Yeah,
Is that
that's
what
what
it is?
that's what I was watching. There was a video on YouTube on it.
So
And then they're not able to get the empty containers back because they're trying to unload everything they can. They don't have time to reload all the empty ones, so they can go back and get filled up again.
what about problems with food and grocery stores and things like that?
I know we eat a lot of Chinese sweet potato, and we cannot find them anywhere in our area anymore. Not even here in where we're at in Dominican Republic.
Is it stuff coming from China, or is it just stuff in general?
I don't know. They're called Chinese sweet potato, but they're not specifically grown in China. They are a Hispanic food.
Okay.
But they're out in our area everywhere, and they're the best sweet potato you can eat.
Yeah.
So that's as much as I know.
So, I just hear these people say you need to stock up and you need to have water and food and a generator and all this. And I
start a garden. Start growing some food.
Yeah. So.
Well, at least we got plenty of comics. We ain't got to worry about that.
Yeah.
I'm stocked up on comics for the next from here to eternity.
Right. Well, that's true. And so how, power being out and the internet being out may be another thing.
I haven't heard nothing about that.
Well, I've
of course,
heard,
you and I live in the most free countries in the world, Texas and Florida.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, but I'm seeing more and more scary things. And then these friends of ours moved to Alabama, and now the governor's saying, it's those people that are they're the problem. They're the problem it's causing inflation and all. So all of a sudden, it's just like Nazi Germany. It's like they're the problem. Get them. Let's make sure they're put in a special place. So.
I don't watch too much. I did read an article on Google yesterday on Governor Santanis, whatever his name is, our governor, and it was just full of lies. They were just trying to paint him in such a bad light. None of it was true. So you can't believe what you're seeing on the internet for news.
I'm starting to hear things about DeSantis where he seems like, he's just like.
Yeah, that's not true.
Okay,
that's far from the truth. He cares more about his state and us people than he does anything else.
Yeah, well, that's good. I know Rand Paul's on the right side, but
oh yeah, I watched that exchange.
Yeah. Well, so do you find? I think I've asked you before. Do you find comics down there, or what do you
here?
find?
Ain't nothing here. Not a thing. Maybe in the capital city, but I don't go there because it's like going. If you ever watch movies in India where it's just bumper to bumper everywhere you go, and people just, it's like that. So I don't go back. I don't go to the capital city ever.
Okay.
It's too stressful. It's worse than New York.
So do you find? Are there garage sales or things?
They have little boutiques, kind of. I found some Ninja Turtle statues last time. They have like people that go to the States and then they buy stuff up from yard sales and they bring it here and sell it. So you can find some stuff. I found a package like my 5th trip back around December. They have like a store here. It's like the Walmart. It's called La Siena. And it was Superman, Spider-Man, Batman, and Captain America all in one package.
Oh, those are great.
Yeah, made
Did
in
you buy
China.
it?
Yeah, I have it at home. I showed it on my Instagram it was like 3 years ago.
Yeah.
But I just thought, oh, that's so cool. You're never going to see that because it's trademark. You can't have DC and Marvel in the same packaging.
But they're all bootlegs. So there's some of the most hilarious things like Spider-Man riding a horse and just, Darth Vader on a motorcycle.
I keep going. I was there a couple of days ago. I always look to see if they have any of those toys, but I didn't find anything. It's usually, I guess, around Christmas time when they pack the stores full of different toys from all over the place.
Yeah. Well, if you were to go to a big city, are there comic stores?
Supposedly, according to Google, I tried to locate one, and we drove around for like an hour trying to get from the Google map. It wasn't quite getting us where it was supposed to be, but when we got there, there was nothing there. So I don't know. I'm guessing, like I said, I guess in the capital city would probably be the best prospect.
So where were Spanish language comics produced? In
I know,
Mexico.
yeah, Mexico has a lot of them. Those are Argentina, Brazil. I think Brazil's maybe French though. I don't know. But those Brazilian Golden Age books, those are expensive. They're hard to find, and they're worth lots of money. I was actually looking at some Spanish ones this week. I was actually looking at some from Great Britain. There's a seller that's got a bunch of them they have these weird titles, but they have the covers from the Silver Age Marvel comics.
Were there Golden Age comics in Mexico?
I don't know. I know Brazil and I think Argentina. I would have to guess yes, but I don't think I've ever seen any.
Huh. Yeah, I hope they print those Spider-Man comics from Mexico.
Oh yeah, was it you telling me about that? About that one guy that had the collection?
I talk about it all the time because it's so fascinating.
The one guy went off and started doing his own stories.
Yeah. They went off and told the publisher in Mexico didn't like that Gwen Stacy was killed off, so they got permission and just let her live in Mexico. And did all their.
You told me about it. I've been looking for those ever since.
Did you see the videos that were on YouTube about it?
I didn't.
See if I can't remember what that guy's name was.
Yeah, if you ever figure it out, send me the link.
Yeah, I'm going to try to find it right now. So, what was this music like you heard about that you heard in the store?
It was just so, I don't know. It's like touch your soul. Like you just wanted to start crying for joy. You didn't want to do it. You just wanted to stop and go, oh man, I can't even explain it. And it was funny because the week before I was at 2nd and Charleston, Alabama when I got, are you there? Okay. Yeah, so when I got out of the car or the truck to go over to 2nd Charles, there was these people playing music in the parking lot with the electric violin. And it was just like that. It was just like, I don't know, to describe it, I would say it's like heaven was calling you home or something like that. That's how it felt. Oh. And I think this guy that was there at the 2nd Charles parking lot, he was here where I live in Ocala at one point in the parking lot. And you get out of your vehicle and you just hear this music and it's just so sweet, like a sweet fruit that you just feel like joy in your soul. I don't know it's hard to describe.
See, I gotta you gotta find out what that music was.
Well, and I told my LCS owner, I'm like, you gotta turn this music off because I'm losing control of my emotions. He always has some funky different kind of music playing in his store.
Well, that's cool. This guy, Comic Tropes, did a video about them.
He got married in the original stories that they printed in Mexico, how they never killed her off in the Mexican run, and the techniques
but so this isn't how I first saw it. It was a different video.
Let's do it. The Mexican reprints were called...
Oh, look at that.
Some of those European reprints and stuff like that, I was looking at the first appearance of Wolverine, and I think it's the Italian reprint. It goes for like several $1,000s.
Yeah, they just it's just a whole different timeline that goes off.
I ended up gifting Metarog the first appearance of Rhino. I think it was an Italian copy.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that when you guys were hanging out at that comic convention.
Now I miss it. You ever give a book away and then you miss it?
I've given things away that I miss. Yeah.
I don't want to say regret, but I'd rather say I miss it.
Yeah, that happened with a couple of old girlfriends that had similar tastes to me.
Oh, you gave your girlfriends away?
No, I gave them things that I shouldn't have.
Oh yeah,
Thank
I
you.
have family that's Chippewa, and I had a buckskin vest with a hand sewn Indian dress head on the back with feathers and beads and all this stuff, and I gave it to a girlfriend, and that thing probably would be worth several $1,000s today.
Yeah. Oh, look at this. Mysteries of the Black Cat. I can read that much Spanish.
Oh, that's the Spanish reprint?
Yeah, that's a real famous. I always thought it was a cigar that was blowing up, but it's uranium. He's handling uranium, and it's causing his flesh to burn off.
Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, even the reprint goes for a couple $100.
Yeah, that's just such a great cover image. I just typed in Golden Age Mexican comics, but it looks like I'm just getting regular comics.
See, I'm always looking for those old guys who come across a box. They don't care about nothing but just making money, and they throw it up on eBay for $20.
Yeah.
Those are the books I like to look for. You see that All Funny 16 that I got, where it has the first Batman and Superman team up ever? It's All Funny 16. I put it on Instagram. And then I was looking, researching Green Arrow, Golden Age, and that book appeared as the first crossover with Green Arrow in the Golden Age. So I thought that was cool.
Well, someone brought in a comic the other day. They weren't trying to sell it. They just wanted to get a better bag for it because people don't. They wind up with a Golden Age comic and they don't have the right bag size for it. And it was A World's Finest with Batman, Superman, and Robin riding on a fire truck.
Oh yeah.
It's a famous cover.
Yeah.
And so that someone just happened to have that, and then a guy came in with the first appearance of the Avenger, Justice Incorporated, the pulp magazine.
Mm-hmm.
I forget what it was called, Astounding or something. It was a pulp, and he didn't know. He'd bought it on eBay, and it was in a bag, but he wanted some. I guess it was in a magazine bag, and he was afraid it was going to shift too much because it had, the brittle. They printed the cover bigger than the actual book, and
right.
And,
some of those bags I get with the books, I'm afraid I might get hepatitis from them when they show up. But I mean, when I'm looking for a bag for a specific book, I don't actually bring the book into the store and say, "Can I get a bag for this?"
Yeah,
it's kind of odd.
It's weird, people. It's a different crowd that comes into this store.
But that's cool. You got to see the book.
Yeah. It's like, and I just apparently this guy didn't have any other pulps. He just decided he really liked the character, and I thought that's odd because it's kind of an obscure character. They tried to bring him into comics, in the 70s with Justice Incorporated, but it just never took.
And I know that who was it? I think it was Magazine Enterprises did an issue or two with the Avenger, but it was like a weird superhero. It only lasted 2 issues. It was part of the A1 series, like towards the end of it.
Yeah, it just seems like none of the pulp heroes ever worked in comics, at least not in the last several decades.
Which is kind of good, I think, because that makes them retain their mystique.
Yeah.
They don't get popular in the comics. And they kind of water them down and then mainstream them. And then before you know it, they're black or they're gay or they turn to a woman. I mean, the Shadow becomes a woman.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. It's just like I just want the characters to be the way I remember them. And then when you say, I don't like the change, then you're a bad guy. And all of a sudden you're painted as like a racist or misogynist or a disophobe. And it's like, no, it's like a game they play. They try to poke you into reacting. And then they say, look, you're that. And you're not that. It's just
say, hey, I hate everybody. I'm not particular. So
well, yeah. Well,
have you seen the
that's how
movie?
I
No,
used to be in the 80s. I would just talk about I hate everyone. And the magazine I put out called The Sophisticate, I originally was going to call it the National Misanthropic instead of the National Geographic. I was going to use their logo, the style exactly, because I hate everybody except for these few people that are my friends, my family, and some of them I don't even like that much. But then I realized, that's not really a very Christian attitude. But
it diffuses these jerks.
There are
Can you see me?
Yeah, I can see you.
Okay, because I put the comments up and I can't see myself.
Yeah, I can't even see the comments because what it does it do this to you? It'll say new comments and it'll have an arrow pointing down, and then I'll click on that and it won't show them to me.
Well, I got the phone turned up.
Oh, I figured it out. I have to move the cursor thing up and then down. Now I can see all the comments.
I have the phone upward so the comments don't appear. If I turn the phone sideways and I look at the camera, then I'm not looking into the actual where you guys see me looking into. I'm like looking off to the side.
Yeah, earlier I was showing the new Batgirl. You're in the Dominican Republic right now, right?
Yeah.
Well, she's from the Dominican Republic.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I don't have anything pretty problem with that, but she's supposed to be a redhead.
I picked up my LCS owner owed me money, so he gave me her first appearance in comics. He's like, well, here, he owed me a couple bucks. He's like, here, take this. And I'm like, oh, whatever. So, I think isn't it issue 50 or something? She's black.
Is she in the comics, African American?
From the one that became on the TV show when the other woman left.
You're talking about Batwoman.
Is it Batwoman? I'm talking about. I think it is Batgirl, ain't it? Or Batwoman? Maybe it is Batwoman.
Batwoman is on television. She was.
Oh, okay. Anyways, he gave it to me and I read it. I'm like, oh my god, this is just the worst comic ever. It was so woke. Yeah. And they were protesters, and I've read comics in the 70s where Batgirl swung in and she tried to break up the protesters and stuff. And in this one, she swings in and she's like telling the cops, no, you got to let them protest. That's the right thing and all this. And I'm like, this is not a Batgirl. This is not who I know.
Well, yeah.
It was just so wrong.
Yeah, I know Batgirl and Batwoman from the 50s, and Batwoman was established to be a girlfriend for Batman. Then she was Kathy Kane, I think. And then there was a Batgirl who had blonde hair, but that was gone by the time the mid 60s came along.
I did a little bit of I did 2 documents on each character, documentaries.
Right.
On my show.
So I'm not really talking to you. I'm talking to people that might not know. But Batgirl was just created because the Batman's ratings weren't doing well, so they wanted a girl for the 3rd season.
And we had all that stuff going on with Werther. He was homosexual.
Well, Wortham. Yeah, they did what they did for that was introduce Aunt Harriet, so that it didn't look like there were 2 guys living together without some chaperone. But so Batgirl was created for the TV show, and then she was in Detective Comics like immediately. And I have that issue. That's what I thought you were talking about. That your local comic store owner gave you that, which is
no,
$1,000. It's like, how much money did he owe you?
We're talking about the Batwoman, I guess, the one that just showed up, the new one last year.
Wig, but she was established as a lesbian, and I think she's still that same lesbian in the comics. But in the TV show, the actress that played her left or was fired, so they replaced her with a different actress that's African American in the 2nd season.
Actually, the writer Gail Simone was writing the 52 Batgirl, and she was gearing up to make her a lesbian, and they fired her. DC fired her before she could do it, and then there was a backlash. She was a good writer, but as far as that storyline, nobody wanted that. So then the fans backlashed, and she came back to write Batgirl again, but then they put her on Batwoman, and they let her do what she wanted to do with Batwoman.
Okay, so I don't know much about what's going on. I just see some beautiful covers. That Batwoman comic had pulp-looking covers, and then you open it up, and it's like Gold Key in the old days. They'd have these beautiful painted covers. You open it up, and the art was kind of pedestrian, and that's how a lot of this DC and Marvel stuff I see with Spider-Man comics with these from a few years ago with these beautiful painted covers, and then the inside is just.
But I have to say that original Batwoman that Gail Simone started on, that was one of the few times where they actually took a new character, and because they made her a lesbian, but it didn't matter. I mean, it was a new character and it worked, and it was written well. The stories were good, and that's how it should be done. Not changing foundational characters with 20, 30, 40, 50-year history.
But was she called Kathy Kane?
There was a slight change to the name. I think it was Kate Kane.
Okay, because it really was an established character, but you kind of have to be 7 years old to know that.
But and that character hadn't been around for like over 20 years.
No. So
I do have that issue. I didn't even know I had it. She's not on the cover. I think it's from '64 or something, where her last appearance was in Detective. I think it's in Detective. I love the Batgirl and the Batwoman. I love the look of those characters from the 50s.
Yeah,
the yellow and they ink it black, like almost covered with all black.
Yeah. Well, they tried to change Batman's direction. In fact, they called it the New Direction in '65, where they made it more of a detective comic, and they changed the art, made it look less like that traditional Bob Kane style, and that's when they gave him the yellow oval around the bat on his chest, and it only lasted for a year because when the TV show came on, it was more adapted from the older Batman, and then the comic just had to follow suit and get more silly like the TV show. So
I'm actually working on a documentary on the origin of the yellow oval. So DC, they didn't feel they could trademark that plain black bat. It was just too plain.
Okay. So
they came up, and this at the time they were talking about this, they were in talks of just starting the talks about the TV show, about doing it. Yeah. And they felt like they needed something they could trademark that could be theirs and it couldn't be infringed on. And then they, so that's how that came about. And at that time, when it was a TV show was being talked about, they hired some relative of the president, and they were talking about that since around, I think it was 1961 or something like that. DC had never really done any licensing at all or trademarking, and they were ready to jump in and start making money off their characters' properties, merchandising and stuff. This hadn't happened ever yet. And and at the TV show was the first time they really started marketing everything. Yeah. And then it was like, the foundation after that, and you had the Super Friends and then it just kind of exploded.
Yeah. Well, and at some point they retrofitted the whole idea and said that he put the yellow oval there as a target because he had body armor under there. So he wanted them to aim at his chest and not his head.
That was Frank Miller in the Dark Knight series. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. I couldn't remember exactly who came up with that, but yeah. Let's see. Movie World says, now that Batwoman and Batgirl are getting a lot of attention, perhaps Hollywood will make a Bat Lady from Artists and Models movie. Or at least that's what I wish would happen. Yeah. That, you know what he's talking about there?
No.
Oh, I'll show you. There was a Jerry Lewis and Dean Martin movie.
Oh, yeah. I remember you showing that. Yeah. And there was like, made a fake comic for that one movie.
The cover. I want to make a poster like Graphic Man does at the print shop. And I want to take that image, that JPEG or whatever, and blow it and make a poster of that Bat Lady comic.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. I wish DC would just do a comic of that, just put it out.
See, Lead Paint says the only characters which remain mostly true to their roots are those that dropped out of popular culture for a while for whatever reason, it seems. Phantom, Tarzan, The Shadow, etc. And then characters which remain in popular culture tend to be constantly fucked with. Yeah.
Did you pick up the new reprint facsimile of the Werewolf by Night 32 that was out last week?
Well, it's in a pile in a bag behind the counter waiting for me at the end of the month to get it, because I haven't had a lot of money. So when I get paid, my retirement comes once a month. I'll pick that out of the bag. It's there along with.
There was one left. I was able to get it. I'll bet you that book becomes at least a $20 to $30 book, not too soon.
I think there's still a copy or two there at the store. You know what's going on at the store? It's an old stop and go 7-Eleven type store, standalone store, and in the back room are comic boxes going up, I don't know, 20 feet in the air with sturdy wooden supports for them. And some of them boxes are turning yellow and brown, and they have dates written on them when they were last put up there and gone through. And so he'll get down one or two, and usually it'll be tons of Alpha Flight and just stuff.
Yes, I do. Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm listening.
It's just what he would do. The store owner would get. He'd overorder. He'd get like an extra 18 copies of something, and he'd put them in bags and put them in a box, and then they'd just be put back. So
okay.
So you'll find, and they'll be in perfect condition because they were never read by anyone. All that happened was the store owner took them, put them in a bag. The bags turn sticky, and the tape is gunky. But when you take them out of the bag, the book is still fine.
How far back? How far back do some of those dates go?
The store opened in '79.
Oh wow!
So that's when you see multiples. I see comics sometimes from the Bronze Age earlier, but they're not like multiples like that.
But they're nice. They're like near mint.
They're yeah. I mean, you could send them off to CGC or whatever. They're probably some of the best copies. And so the question is, what do you do about it? And they're about to start a YouTube channel. Someone's come in and they filmed the other day before, and I told them what you need to do is after the store closes, like after 7 o'clock when everyone's home from work, you need to do a live stream where you take one box or two boxes out, you make a big deal about it, and you do live open the box like Al Capone's vault in the old days.
You should do it on your channel. Let them be you be the host.
My channel's a little too controversial. Let the store have its own. I don't even want them to know about this channel because I don't talk about this channel because it's not politically correct. But on their channel, open it up and show what's in there. Because right now I'm finding like 20 copies of a comic that's worth $20, and so any comic that's $9 or more, they keep behind the counter. So you have to ask to see the boxes, and they're all alphabetical. But they don't keep the comics out because they'll get damaged. Because some of these people are just, where's Venom? Where's Carnage? They're just like these people. It's
frenzy.
The gory characters. It's not an upscale store.
They should. There's a channel, I can't remember the name, but it was a comic book store channel. Oh, the Comic Book Palace. I don't know if they're still filming. They shut down right when COVID started.
Oh, I remember. And then there was some argument, and he was like, the guy was like real upset, and he's like, I'm taking all my videos down. Then he put them back up. So I don't know.
That was a great. I like watching that every week. Hey.
Yeah, that was great. Yeah, but it wouldn't be fun here. That store's fun to watch. But here it's just like, I've got these Pokemon cards to sell. Okay, well, I'm really not doing any buying right now, but what do you have? And it's like, well, that's a bootleg. I don't want to watch. It's just nothing but people parading in wanting to sell Pokemon cards. It's horrible.
Well, brother, I'm gonna go. They're calling me to play. They're calling me to play some dominoes.
Oh, that's the cool thing. My wife was telling me that in Cuba, that's a real big thing to play dominoes.
I have a Cuban neighbor, and he comes over, and we play all the time.
Yeah, my nephews are half Cuban, and and the little baby was playing with dominoes, and it said, well, that's part of his heritage. And I said, what do you mean? He says, in Cuba they love dominoes.
That's like the video games of the Hispanic world.
That was cool. Well, it's nice to see you.
All right, guys, take care, everybody.
Take care. Bye. So anyway, what I was telling Night Tiger is that there's all these multiple copies of in perfect condition, and so they're realizing they've got to sell those on eBay online because there's just no way in any lifetime you're going to get 20 people that are going to come in and want to buy. But he found like a big stack of Moon Knight, the original run. Well, there's been 4 runs of Moon Knight, all the original issues. The first ones, Mark Spector Moon Knight and the Fist of Kenosha or whatever, all, so I imagine that's going to be valuable whenever they finally make that show. If it's not shitty, which it probably will, maybe it won't be. They actually, other than the Inhumans, in the Shield TV show, they haven't really messed things up too much. Well, Captain Marvel too. Let's see. I missed some comments. Oh wait, there's more. There's a lot of comments. Zombo said, "Yeah, but they even messed with the Green Hornet, so I won't hold out too much hope that they don't get to other properties eventually." Yeah, the Green Hornet. Yeah, that was messed up. You're right. Did they make Kato a girl and stuff? I know many of the rights holders to certain properties were very tough with which publishers would go with their characters. Conan used to be pretty true to his roots. Now they have him joining the Avengers and searching for the Serpent Crown. Well, they did do one What If issue back in the late 70s where Conan was in the modern world, but I don't know if they had him teamed up with superheroes. I mean, in the 70s growing up, Conan was pretty much just one of the popular Marvel superheroes. He was on all the calendars. Mego even made a figure of him. They didn't do any of the X-Men. Conan was bigger than the X-Men. He just kind of had to have been there in the 70s to know. Let's see. The weird thing to me about Conan is they didn't go ahead and just do that with Khazar. If that's what they wanted. Well, yeah. Conan was already selling a lot of paperbacks in the 60s and had those Frazetta covers. So there was some, and the Conan stories were really well done in the pulps by Robert E. Howard. So I think, where's Venom? Funny every time. Yeah. I really enjoyed Comic Book Palace too. Yeah, I loved it. Just yesterday, I filmed a bit for my local comic shop, made a generic commercial from the owner so we can show it on Facebook. I'm in it, so the acting is terrible. Oh, well, I wish we could see it. Is it up on YouTube yet? Yeah, I'll be right back, guys. I will not be as gone as long as I was. Well, I didn't mean to be gone that long. Let's see. Meyer really enjoyed it. Comic Book Palace. Graphic Man. Just yesterday I filmed it. Okay, we read that. Sorry, I've been missing the show. Oh, that's Tom. And then it says, anyway, just my wife just woke up. And so we're going to try to figure out what we're going to do for lunch or breakfast. Yeah. Well, the reason I went down was to Meyer says hi, Tom. Was I'm recording from WBAP AM. I'll show you what I'm doing. I'm recording local radio from November 22nd, 1963 from YouTube to my DVD recorder. But if you don't get down there every couple hours, YouTube will stop the stream because they want to make sure you're paying attention. So I had to go down and, I have to just press a button, just to look at the time on it, and that will keep it recording. So what I'm recording is local radio from the day Kennedy was assassinated. And it's like 7 hours straight of it. And it's really interesting because it starts hours before he was assassinated, and you hear all the original commercials and jingles and all that. So I'll show you what I'm talking about. And there's all kinds of stuff you can get like this. Oh, I go to my library. Oh boy, my arm is really hurting me. I am hurting for certain. Yeah, this is what I'm recording downstairs.
Has been in the case of all presidents and in the case of many.
In case you missed it, Kohl's home sale is going on now. Get up to 20% off Shark vacuums,
I didn't know
up to
they had
20% off
commercials
Ninja
on this
appliances.
stupid thing.
Prominent.
See, it starts at the beginning. It's just another day in
For
Dallas, Fort
generations,
Worth.
Milton Sleep Company has been
Oh,
making
please.
beds people don't want to get out of.
Over 70 years.
Oh, please.
.570 Radio in Fort Worth, WBAP.
Here is Morning Edition, complete news and weather coverage combining authoritative sources of WBAP and ABC. Brought to you by your 30 conveniently located Buddy's supermarkets, where your dollar buys more. And with every purchase, you get valuable Scottish savings stamps. Now, Morning Edition, Section 1.
Good morning, everyone. This is Norwood McClendon reporting. Fort Worth temperature 56 degrees, Dallas 55. Skies are cloudy, and very light rain is reported at both cities. President and Mrs. Kennedy arrived in Fort Worth from Houston late last night to an enthusiastic reception from huge crowds and spent the night in Suite 850 at Hotel Texas
Really good
downtown.
YouTube channel.
The president scheduled
David Von Peen's JFK channel. You can get all kinds of different radio and TV coverage from that day. I recommend it. Something interesting about the channel you're just listening to, WBAP was one of the channels. They also had KLIF. They were owned by the McClendon family. You heard Norwood McClendon, but the owner was Gordon McClendon. And Gordon McClendon owned several radio stations. KLIF is the station that pioneered the top 40 format worldwide. But they also owned a chain of drive-in movie theaters. And one of them I went to over in Grand Prairie. It was but it was torn down years ago. But I actually saw Blood-Sucking Freaks there. Anyway, Gordon McClendon's drive-ins, Gordon McClendon was saying, these shitty movies that they're sending us, I could make better movies than that. So he went out and actually did that. He made a movie called The Giant Gila Monster. It was a McClendon movie. And so that was filmed around in this area. You can see the whole movie here on YouTube. The Giant Gila Monster.
Vast and virtually unexplored region.
So it should have Gordon McClendon's name in the credits. Anyway, so he made The Giant Gila Monster in 1959. And the other movie that he made that you might be aware of is The Killer Shrews. So this was also made in the Texas area.
It's a Sorex soricity. Looks like a small rat. Shrews as small as rats. Perfect for scientific experiments until they began to grow and grow into things.
They must eat 3 times their own weight in food every 24 hours or starve.
There are 200 or 300 giant shrews out there. Monsters weighing between 50 and 100 pounds.
That's as big as a full-grown wolf.
They use dogs, and they put costumes on the dogs to play the shrews.
Poisonous monsters. With the livestock, the shrews got into their bomb.
They should have called it The Killer Dogs.
All mankind. Your flesh will crawl with fear at their nearness. The shrews were out there. I couldn't take a chance.
So anyway, if you got any money, I would go out and buy some water and some food, and not because of the fear of the killer shrews, but I'm just hearing stuff about the next few weeks could be rough, but then maybe nothing will happen. Isn't that wonderful? That's great. Well, I think I probably need to ease on down the road. So I'll be seeing you real soon, and hasta la vista. I'll be back.